What up? All right, I was about to go to sleep, and I was looking at my comments from YouTube, and somebody shared a good video. You know what else is funny? Before I say that, I was watching Earn Your Leisure tonight, and he was talking about how he often falls asleep to the rain on YouTube. And I was like, damn, that's funny. I'll be listening to that same thing. You just go to the black screen rain and play it. But tonight I was watching this video. Someone, Laius, a member of the channel, just shared this video. And I'm about to share it with you because as I was laying down falling asleep watching this video, I was like, oh, I'm just going to share this so we could just watch it. I might even fall asleep while this stream is going. But I don't even care. I'll stop it in the morning or I'll stop it when I get up. But watch this. This is killing them. It should be a good watch. I'm going to watch it from my phone. Let me see. Let me see if I can find the stream. All right, there we go. Yeah, if I be up, I got something to do early in the morning, but if I be up, I ain't started it yet. If I be up, I'm gonna come get my commentary, but this is about to be some good knowledge. Everything we be saying, but they talking about different parts of Africa, is the same things apply. Peace to Tribute Fund, Christoph. Let's watch this.
Just over 100 years ago, a wandering prospector, a German by origin called Karl Mauch, searching for gold, came through these remote hills on a long trail and stumbled on this. He was the first white man ever to see it. And what he'd found, though he didn't know, were the largest man-made structures in any part of old Africa south of the valley of the Nile. What were these mysterious ruins found so unexpectedly in the far interior of Africa? About the ancient history of the black peoples, nothing was remembered in the outside world or even known. Today, at last, we're beginning to learn. We know now that these great buildings stood at the heart of a powerful black kingdom. Within these almost overwhelming walls, the kings lived in royal seclusion, adding to their mystery according to the nature of kings. Invested with a religious as well as a temporal power, they were believed to embody the whole welfare of their people. A stone-built city in the heart of Africa, and yet the white people who first saw it were so blinded by their prejudices that they could not believe the evidence of their own eyes. Rather than face the possibility that Africans might have a history of their own, they fabricated exotic explanations and imagined fantastic rites in honor of faraway monarchs like King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba.
I don't want to stop it, but I was just listening to it on the phone, and it don't sound how it sounds. Edit filters. Maybe I should take off these filters. All right, I'm gonna just try to see if this helps the audio. Sorry about that. Let's go.
Back.
It was just an old TV show.
The famous German philosopher Friedrich Hegel had set the tone. Though he'd never been to Africa and knew nothing of its people, this was his publicly expressed opinion in 1831.
This is the land where men are children, a land lying beyond the daylight of self-conscious history and enveloped in the black color of night. At this point, let us forget Africa, not to mention it again. For Africa is no historical part of the world.
Hegel was not alone. His views were echoed widely. An English explorer who did know Africa and had studied some of its customs and languages, Richard Burton, had this to say.
The study of the Negro is the study of man's rudimental mind. He would appear rather a degeneracy from the civilized man than a savage rising to the first step, were it not for his total incapacity for improvement. He has not the ring of the true metal. There is no rich nature for education to cultivate. He seems to belong to one of those childish races, never rising to man's estate, who fall like worn-out links from the great chain of animated nature.
Another famous explorer, Samuel Baker, who passed through this very district in his search for the source of the Nile, wrote in his memoirs,
Human nature, viewed in its crudest state as seen amongst African savages, is quite on the level with that of the brute, and not to be compared with the noble character of the dog. There is neither gratitude, pity, love, or self-denial, no idea of duty, no religion, nothing but covetousness, ingratitude, selfishness, and cruelty.
in a manner which seems quite unforgivable today. Europeans in the 18th and 19th centuries preferred to forget what their forebears had known very well, that kingdoms flourished in West Africa which were as sumptuous and as well governed as any in medieval Europe itself. What is more, the reports of traders and diplomats who visited these kingdoms assumed no attitudes of racial superiority. Racism, in fact, is a rather modern sickness. Nothing more clearly illustrates the change that was to come than the European art of the Renaissance, and earlier still. White and black take their place in these paintings with equal dignity. There's no hint here of what a later world was to call human nature in its crudest state. And this acceptance of equality between black and white had also been a keynote of the Middle Ages. Among the revered saints of Central Europe was the black martyr, St. Maurice. As we shall see, he is one of the heroes of this story. What then was the cause of this enormous change in white attitudes from equality to racist prejudice? History gives one dominating reply: the Atlantic trade in slaves. Based in strong castles on the West African coast, the nations of Europe vied with each other in the massive removal of millions of captured men and women. Their guns were not pointed at Africa, which was seldom regarded as a source of danger, but out to sea, ready to face rival ships suddenly appearing over the horizon. Africans, of course, have not been the only victims of racism and color prejudice. But if, as I believe, they've suffered more acutely than the other peoples of the world, the reason lies here. For over 300 years, this magnificent coast was the scene of organized and systematic cruelty. Year after year, black people were dragged from their homes into the white man's world of misery and degradation. They were presented as less than human, objects for buying and selling, like cattle, against whom any act of violence and debasement was justified. Wherever the slave trade spread its ruin, the stability and fabric of African life were destroyed. But something else was also destroyed: And that was the mutual respect which had previously existed between white and black. But after all, the slave trade ended a long time ago. Surely it's time to think again. Those old ideas about black inferiority were completely wrong, without a foundation. As it happens, modern science has given us a vast fund of new and reliable knowledge which shows that the black peoples do indeed have a history of their own, as rich and strange, as long and sometimes surprising as any major branch of the human family. On the high plateau of Central Africa, in what is now modern Zimbabwe, stand the Matopo Hills. Large numbers of leopards inhabit these rock formations, which in their strange mystery and shape seem to take us back to the carvings of ancient African history. To the people of this region, this unearthly landscape has always been a sacred place, and still is to this day. Tucked away in these Matopo hills, there are messages from the very dawn of history. This is the Nswatugi Cave, one of the many rock shelters in the Matopos that were decorated by the people who lived here in ancient times. These truly marvelous rock paintings were inspired by motives that we don't know. Probably there was a variety of motives, as with all great art. Those distant peoples who faced the wild wilderness of primeval Africa must surely have felt the need for psychological and spiritual reassurance, as well as for magic to safeguard their cattle. And their artists, of long ago, clearly loved to portray the animals they knew. The land was ideally suited by its climate for man and beast to prosper. And even today, perhaps 3,000 or 4,000 years later, it's easy to recognize duiker, kudu, antelope, and giraffe. The arid wilderness of the Great Sahara, 3,000 miles to the north, could hardly be in greater contrast. Yet here in the 1950s, even more surprising evidence was found of early African history. Today the place belongs to the creatures of the desert, lizards, scorpions, and snakes that can survive the searing temperatures of this thirsty land, one of the driest and most desolate regions on Earth. Water is the rarest and most precious commodity. Yet even here it must once have flowed in abundance. The revelation of these rock paintings in the Tassili Mountains of the Algerian Sahara just 30 years ago astonished the world. Whole communities of people who were obviously African in origin had created marvelous galleries of ancient art depicting most vividly the life of the Green Sahara as it must once have been. First we see hunting folk and the animals they lived among. The clearest proof that this region of the Sahara long ago teemed with wild game. The earliest paintings may be 7,000 or 8,000 years old. But not all the people who inhabited this huge region were nomadic hunters. This horse, complete with saddle and bridle, points to the development of transport systems and traders. And this ox-drawn plough to the planting and growing of crops. Whether for war or sport, elaborate chariots came into use, while the clothing of these people bears a striking resemblance to the tunics of ancient Egypt. The evidence of these paintings suggests a continuous community of peoples living right across the Sahara, from the Atlantic to the valley of the Nile. Then, some 4,500 years ago, the climate began to undergo a disastrous change. Gradually, the Sahara lost its rainfall, its animal life, and finally, its people. Abandoning their increasingly arid pastures, more and more people from the Sahara had to join their forerunners and follow the trails in search of a secure supply of water. Some headed for the tropical rainforests which lay to the south and west. Others moved east towards the valley of the River Nile. Fed by Africa's greatest lake, the Nile runs north for over 4,000 miles before reaching its outflow in the Mediterranean Sea. It's the longest river on Earth, and no river anywhere pushes on so relentlessly through mile after mile of vast and rainless desert regions after it's been joined by the Blue Nile tumbling down from the mountain plateau of Ethiopia. But the Nile is more than a great river. It's a whole library of the history we're looking for. From the earliest times of human settlement along the river, some 10,000 years ago, the Nile was the giver of life to ancient communities who came to its banks and farmed on fertile soil that was enriched unfailingly, year by year, by the flood of silt. Those early people were among the ancestors of the Egyptians and the Sudanese of today. Others may have come from the Middle East. But the archaeological evidence combines to show that the main lines of incoming migration were from the southwest and the west. In other words, from the African communities of the Sahara. 5,000 years ago, this homeland had already become the scene of a civilization in many ways unmatched anywhere else in the ancient world. This is where we have to begin, in the Egypt of the pharaohs, in the African land that was the gift of the god of the Nile. It's easy enough to believe within these corridors built to a gigantic scale and yet wonderfully proportioned that you've entered a world sprung complete from the lap of the gods. Egypt of the pharaohs was the greatest and the oldest.
Y'all know I had to get up out the bed and come laugh on the microphone real quick, right? Y'all thought he was going to stay in West Africa? Somebody put up the laughing face if you out there rolling. I'm going to play it, but you can watch this video. It's called Basil Davison. I ain't going to interrupt too many more times. But how he wound up in Egypt? Do I need to rewind for some of y'all? No, I don't. I will, though, just a little bit. Because it's hella funny. In case y'all didn't know, this is the part people forgot.
It's from the African communities of the Sahara. 5,000 years ago, this homeland had already become the scene of a civilization in many ways unmatched anywhere else in the ancient world. This is where we have to begin, in the Egypt of the pharaohs, in the African land that was the gift of the god of the Nile. It's easy enough to believe within these corridors built to a gigantic scale and yet wonderfully proportioned that you've entered a world sprung complete from the lap of the gods. Egypt of the pharaohs was the greatest and the oldest and the most inventive of all the high civilizations of antiquity. And it flourished for 3,000 years. It set a pattern, an example for peoples near and far. But where were its roots, its origins, its starting point? Most of us have believed or have been taught that the glories of the pharaohs could never have been created by African people or African ideas because, it's been said, Africans could never have built a high civilization. Here reigned for dynasty after dynasty the kings who wore the double crown, the combined crown of Upper Egypt and of the Delta. But what had they to do with Africa? How could this grand hierarchy of gods and spirits have anything in common with the superstitious mumblings of the black peoples of inner Africa? Wandering among the treasures of the Cairo Museum, it's easy to think of the Egypt of the pharaohs as a civilization complete within itself, owing little or nothing to outside influences from whatever source, entirely its own creation. And I imagine that most visitors conclude as they listen to their guides that a statue such as this of the young king Tutankhamun may have turned very black in the course of centuries, but could not have been a black man in the first place. It's a view which is now increasingly under challenge, not least from African historians and archaeologists. One of the more outspoken of these is Professor Cheikh Anta Diop of Senegal, who has made a special study of the origins of the people of ancient Egypt.
Contemporains des Égyptiens et même des philosophes du XIXe siècle. Voici, dans le tombeau de Ramsès III, au XIIe siècle avant Jésus-Christ, les 4 races connues des Égyptiens représentées sur le même plan. Ici, vous avez l'Égyptien, le type générique de la race, en noir charbon, si je puis dire, avec toutes ses particularités ethniques. Et sur le même tableau, vous avez le type indo-européen, représenté également, avec toutes ces différences par rapport au type égyptien, du point de vue de la couleur de la peau et du point de vue du vêtement. Et ici, vous avez les autres Africains qui habitaient à l'époque l'intérieur du continent, représentés de la même façon que les Égyptiens.
That particular painting, however, is a rare exception, the only one, as far as I know, that so clearly makes the professor's point. For the most part, the ancient Egyptians had themselves portrayed as reddish pink, but of course they intermarried with Asians, and even more with other Africans. Many of their noble ladies were Nubians, and lovingly portrayed as such. This painting comes from the tomb of Hemaka, clearly a black lady, with a handmaiden behind her, just as surely white. It followed that the royal children were often black as well, as was King Senusret, seen here wearing the white crown of Upper Egypt. Or this pharaoh, of unknown name, but obviously of high prestige in his time, and just as clearly African. Elephantine Island in the Nile marked the border between Egypt and Nubia and was a place of great sanctity in ancient times. Among the travelers who came here were the earliest European historians, the Greeks, men like Herodotus, brought up as he was in the classical tradition which regarded the various races of the known world as different but equal. The Greeks knew Egypt well and firmly believed that the original Egyptians were black people who had come from the south to settle the land of the Nile. But Herodotus himself got no further than this. He was prevented by the first cataract from traveling further south. And so he never saw the huge temple which Ramesses II chose to build here at Abu Simbel, further south into inner Africa than any other great monument built by the pharaohs to celebrate their power. A few years ago, with immense ingenuity, the entire structure was lifted to a new site, above the artificial lake which has drowned all the sites of the most ancient kingdoms that flourished here in Nubia, even before the first of the pharaohs. But why should he have built this great temple so far to the south? Perhaps because his queen, Nefertari, was herself a Nubian. And also because these were the people of the south, whom he wanted to impress with evidence of the prisoners he'd taken in faraway Syria and Asia Minor. Even mighty temples like this one have to be seen against the background origins of ancient Egyptian civilization. And those origins, in the light of modern science, were above all African. No matter what ideas or customs the pharaohs may have found in the Asian lands they conquered, Egypt's beginnings were in the south, in this inner Africa which the ancient Egyptians called the land of the gods, of the African gods whom they revered as their guardian spirits. The time came when Egyptian conquests ended. 400 years later, it was the turn of the kings of the south of Nubia, who now marched north to subdue the power of Egypt itself. And here is the most famous of those mighty kings of the south, recognized by the peoples of that time, the 7th century BC, as among the masters of the world. This one, as it happens, received a favorable mention in the Bible, in the Book of Kings, as the emperor of Kush and of all Egypt, whose name was Taharka. By 650 BC, the Nubian kings who had subdued Egypt were ready to withdraw to the south, to Napata, and then to a new capital in their kingdom of Kush, at Meroe. And there we must follow them if we are to understand the history of this inner Africa, which exercised so strong an early influence on ancient Egyptian civilization, and which later was to reflect that influence. The city of Meroe was situated 1,000 miles south of the old Egyptian frontier, far into inner Africa. I never come here without a sense of wonder, for right ahead, in the midst of this pitiless desert, there stands one of Africa's great historical surprises. The remnants of a lost civilization, standing across the skyline, as though shipwrecked on the sands of time. These are the pyramid tombs of the kings and queens of Meroe, who reigned and were buried here through more than 6 centuries. Long ruined by tomb robbers and by time, the pyramids are being restored and even reconstructed. Meroitic civilization still presents many puzzles. One is that the monarchs of Kush built their pyramid tombs long after such monuments had ceased to be raised in Egypt. Partly because the pyramids of Meroe are neither as old nor as massive as those of Egypt, it's been assumed that all this was a mere provincial copy of that greater civilization. In fact, it was far more than a copy. The similarities are there, but other aspects of Meroitic culture are found nowhere else. Another intriguing question is the relationship between the ancient people of Meroe, kings, queens, and citizens, and the modern Nubians who live in this region today. We can still see their stylized portraits in stone, but what did they really look like? I asked Dr. Ali Osman of the University of Khartoum.
Oh, they look like me, of course. I'm a Nubian. Very much the Nubians of today are the Nubians of yesterday. We got to understand that rather carefully, because the Nubian culture actually have not yet been very much explored. The Nubian from within. I mean, I, the Nubian, what I do and how I behave, wouldn't have changed that much from what the medieval Nubians have done. But the influence that were coming on us as Nubians, starting as early as, you could say, the Egyptian, and coming down to the Muslim and Arab influence, have been changing. That does not mean that the Nubians have changed.
But this identity has had to survive many foreign incursions and even conquests. At one time, Meroe fell before the invading armies of Aksum, another ancient kingdom high in the mountains of what is now Ethiopia. In more recent times, the Turks and the British have sent in their armies of occupation. Most lasting of all has been the influence of Islam. But through all these changes, the Nubians have done more than retain their identity. Just as they absorbed influences from elsewhere, so they too have had a deep cultural impact on their neighbors. They build now as they've always built, in all probability just as the people of Meroe built, with an old effort-saving rhythm, constructing mud walls to defy the scorching heat of the Nubian summer. Their beds are no different from those of their ancient ancestors, like this one in Khartoum Museum, with a pattern of headrest which is much the same here and right across Africa as those of 5,000 years ago. And the traditional clan marks cut into this Nubian's face can be seen, exactly reproduced on a stone relief which decorates one of the pyramids just a couple of miles away. It's been said that Meroe was the Birmingham of ancient Africa. And that wasn't altogether a flight of fancy. For the people of Meroe had a very extensive iron-making industry. Just consider this enormous pile of industrial waste, of slag. It proves that among the major activities of the people of this flourishing city was to smelt iron. And here is a bit of the residue. A few yards away stood the great temple of Ammon, Meroitic, although dedicated to a very Egyptian god. And somewhere in the sand, if I can find it, there's another remarkable fragment of inner African originality. Here it is, a stone inscribed with a fully operative script that was invented for the African language of Meroe in the 3rd or 2nd century BC. 23 signs for letters and a word divider. One of the earliest alphabetical ways of writing invented anywhere in the world, and still a puzzle for modern scholarship. In wealthy houses surrounding the temple were found some of the comforts and enjoyments of Meroitic life. The style of these pots is uniquely Nubian and repeated nowhere else in the Nile Valley. Half a day's journey from Meroe by modern transport, a little further into the sand and rock of the Butana Desert, there stands another complex of stone buildings, this time dedicated to the gods of Kush and not to the gods of Egypt. Nowadays this place is called Musawarat. Strange hints remain among the ruins, like this old lion in the sand. But what were these buildings for? Perhaps the kings of ancient Kush strolled beneath these colonnades. Historians have offered this or that explanation. My own is that the principal function of this unexampled and powerful building made it unique in the ancient world. This function, I think, was for the taming and training of the great African elephant. That seems to be the best explanation of the remarkable stone ramps which occur here, like this one, and that one over there, and another long one going over there. We can accept that the taming of the African elephant, bigger and more difficult to handle than its Indian cousin, had become a speciality of the Kushites of Meroe. With their skills, they converted this, the greatest of Africa's wild animals, into the military tank of the ancient world. When Hannibal of Carthage invaded Roman Italy across the Alps, he had 38 war elephants in his army. The skills of the elephant trainers of Musawarat may well have contributed to that legendary feat. These temple walls provide a surprising reminder of much greener times with abundant pastures for domestic grazing. All that has vanished. As the desert advanced from the Sahara, the civilization of Meroe disappeared. Today, away from the banks of the Nile, only nomads can survive. This well has never been known to run dry. The scene is exactly as it was when I first came here, some 30 years ago, and I doubt if it's changed very much in 1,000 years. Proud and self-sufficient, these people seem untouched by the modern world. It's rare to see a single mass-produced item among their belongings, or anything made of plastic. It's as if they share a determination to rely on nothing but themselves and their animals. Visiting Europeans have usually made the mistake of judging the degree of civilization among different peoples by the number of their possessions. The ancient traditions of these nomads reach back to the very beginnings of history. And should they still remember their ancient gods, those too are still here, not yet swallowed up by the encroaching sand. Here at Naga, there's an even more remarkable mixture of local and imported influences. King Natakamani triumphs over his prisoners in a very Egyptian style. The python, on the other hand, was an inner African religious symbol, regarded in many lands down to this day as a figure of spiritual power. And this representation of the lion god looks quite Indian with his 3 heads and 4 arms, but he too is uniquely Meroitic. The kingdom of Kush collapsed in the 4th century AD, but evidence has recently come to light that some of its people migrated across the plains of Kordofan towards the Nuba hills. Less influenced by Islam than the Nubians along the Nile, the people of this region have become of considerable interest to historians because they may be closer in their way of life to the Nubians of old. As it happened, we chanced on a special day among these Nuba people, a bit like a cup final. This is Africa as it can still be found, away from tourists, motor cars and big cities, celebrating in its own fashion. A number of cultural links have been found to suggest that these people may well share a common heritage with distant ancestors who lived in the time of the kings and queens of Kush. Village teams, each wearing its own distinctive color, have gathered from a wide area to take part in one of the oldest of all sporting events, but also a passion among the Nuba, wrestling. So intricate are the rules governing not only the contest itself, but also exactly who may wrestle with whom on the basis of family relationships, that it's almost impossible for a visitor to follow all the moves. But for the historian, there's another close relationship between the Nuba wrestling of today and that of ancient times. Dating from around 2500 BC, these vivid paintings have been copied from an Egyptian tomb at Beni Hassan. Increasingly, it seems that these people can indeed trace their past back to civilizations in antiquity. And their ancient sport provides one more small piece of evidence of a continuous social tradition that's lasted for centuries. Yet these are the very people whom the 19th century explorer Samuel Baker described as human nature in its crudest state, not to be compared with the noble character of the dog. After the contest comes the celebration. Some of these Nuba girls may well be Muslim, but it's no part of their tradition to hide their faces behind veils. They have a pride and place within society, in line with the customs of old Nubia, and even of Meroe itself, whose rulers were often women. In another part of the Nuba Hills, just a few miles to the southeast, the teachings of Islam have made no headway at all. The people of these villages have quite consciously chosen to reject either Western or Islamic dress. Free spirits under an African sky, young girls dance as much for their own pleasure as for the spectators, breathing life into these astonishingly similar images of Nubian dancing girls, performing for the pharaohs 5,000 years ago. Famed for their grace and beauty, they had an honored place in the life of ancient Egypt. That the one should still be regarded as primitive and the other as part of the world's cultural heritage reflects on the ignorance and prejudice of the modern world, and not at all on them. On the day that I visited Meroe, a pyramid was being rebuilt, not with the aid of bulldozers and cranes, but by the traditional techniques used in their original construction. As each great shaft of masonry was hauled up the ramp and pushed into place, for me, the continuity of African history was brought directly alive. The Egypt of the pharaohs did not spring whole and complete from its own local genius. It owed much to inner Africa. In the years ahead, more evidence will surely come to light which will emphasize that it's to the whole of the Nile that we must look, and to lands lying far in the interior for the source and origin of these great civilizations that have flourished along its banks. The last of these pyramid tombs was completed around AD 340. Then came a time of change. Meroe disappeared. And after the middle of the 6th century, this old civilization underwent another transformation, and one that brings us closer to our own world. From the north, Christianity spread south into the lands of Nubia. This was once the far-famed monastery of St. Simeon, near Aswan. The faded frescoes on the chapel roof can only hint at its past magnificence. But in the 1960s, by a stroke of great good fortune, the full glory of medieval Nubian painting was suddenly revealed. The story behind the finding and the saving of these wonderful mural paintings is almost a miracle. As the waters of Lake Nasser rose to engulf the old Christian Nubian city of Pharas, archaeologists managed to dig down to the level of the long-buried walls of its cathedral founded in AD 707. And pulling away the dry sand, they saw what nobody had seen for centuries, these paintings, and removed them in the nick of time. Now safely in Khartoum Museum, they glow once again with their distant message of art and piety. The Christian civilization of Nubia was one of wealth and comfort. A visitor in the 10th century, Ibn Salim al-Aswani, described the city of Soba, one of Christian Nubia's 3 capitals, as having fine buildings, spacious houses, churches with much gold, and cool, delightful gardens. He might well have added priceless works of ecclesiastical art. Splendidly preserved by the dry sand, these figures take us directly to the heart of Nubian Christianity. Here is the nativity scene with the Virgin and the Archangel Gabriel portrayed in the conventional style and unnatural skin color of the Byzantine church, from which, of course, the Nubians took their beliefs. Over here are the 3 kings of Orient riding to Bethlehem, one of them clearly an African, and down here is a Nubian princess looking, I must say, very much like the Nubians look today. These are portraits of Nubian bishops. 25 of them were listed in Paris Cathedral as having succeeded one another from the 8th to the 11th centuries. The line might have stretched right up to the present day, so settled and secure did Christian Nubia appear. But it was not to be. This monastery did not simply fall into decay. It was sacked by the Saracens in the year 1172. The origins of that disaster lay not with the Christian Nubians, who'd been at peace for centuries with their Muslim neighbors to the north. The origins lay in Europe. The first of the great crusades, whose purpose was to recapture the holy places from the Muslims, set out in the year 1096. Many knights fought for God's purposes. Many others fought for those of Mammon. As one crusade followed another, those first high purposes became corrupt. The holy cause turned into a reckless rush for loot. Very soon they provoked a massive reaction. A holy war of Islam was launched under a brilliant Saracen general, Saladin. From his great citadel in Cairo, Saladin set out to crush not only the European invaders, but also, and this is something that a later world forgot, their African allies in the south. Historians have moments of bubbling excitement when they find proofs of something they'd only guessed to be true. I almost jumped for joy when I first saw this small wooden plaque from Nubia. For it's a unique proof of something that I'd guessed, that the Christian Nubians of 7 or 8 centuries ago also took part in the old wars of religion, the crusades against conquering Islam. And here you see the crusader from Nubia with his cross, wearing chain mail and his sturdy steed, just as we in Europe can still see portrayals of our own crusaders. In this old film, taken half a century ago, Nubian horsemen can still be seen in their chain mail. The Black Crusaders of 800 years ago must have looked very similar as they gathered at fortified monasteries before setting out on that disastrous venture. Safe within his mighty Cairo citadel, Saladin was waiting to annihilate them. And there came an end to Christianity in these lands, an eclipse so final and complete that the world forgot, almost till now, that Christian Nubia had ever existed. Yet distant echoes of that long-lost epic can still be caught on the winds of history and in unexpected places. The Cathedral of Magdeburg, a famous capital of medieval Germany. From here, in the year 1228, the German Emperor Frederick led out his knights on the Sixth Crusade. And a few years later, a new statue was raised to the patron saint of Magdeburg, St. Maurice. Astonishingly, but beyond question, an entirely black St. Maurice. Until then, the many statues of St. Maurice around Western Europe had invariably shown this military saint as white. But here at Magdeburg, St. Maurice suddenly became black. Unmistakably, to my mind, the Black Knight of Christian Nubia, Christ's warrior from the distant south. So here his noble figure stands to this day. Certainly the most important, perhaps the most moving sculpture of an African in all the history of European art. It was created and set up in this great German cathedral to honor the fame and virtue of an African friend and ally, different in face and form, but just as surely equal in dignity and human worth.
While some peoples continued to rely on livestock for their support, others turned to mixed farming. This cultivation of crops for food was the next long step forward in the history of Africa. South of the Sahara Desert and its nearby grassland plains, food growing began to make progress about 2,500 years ago. This led to a further increase in population and the establishment of village communities through vast areas of the continent. But the expansion of food growing called for another technological breakthrough. Simple kinds of tool could be good enough for cattle-raising peoples. But when Africans embarked on tropical agriculture, which meant tree felling, clearing, hoeing, harvesting, they had to make more elaborate tools, and stronger ones as well. That need brought about Africa's interest in metals, but above all in iron. An extensive and increasingly skilled African use of iron spread rapidly throughout the continent. This terracotta head was made by the earliest iron-making culture so far known to have evolved south of the Sahara. The people and their culture are known by the name of the place where these relics of their skill were first discovered in a village called Nok in central Nigeria. Nok iron-making began in about 500 BC. other Iron Age cultures soon appeared in the same wide region. And this metallurgical skill, probably of northern African origin, then spread right across the continent, reaching the Transvaal in what is now South Africa by about 400 AD. That's 1500 years ago. These iron-making cultures developed regional differences. But the people of Sukur on the border of Nigeria and Cameroon can illustrate the vital importance of iron to community development. A man and his two wives go out to harvest their crop of guinea corn. Also known as sorghum, guinea corn is a valued food crop, and iron tools enormously helped in its cultivation. The farmer and his wives are working on a terrace of land literally carved from the hillside by the use of iron hoes. Iron knives and sickles sever the heads of the grain. All these tasks were much more laborious before the invention of iron. And having solved the problems of growing food where food had never been grown before, people like these were able to form permanent settlements. Gradually, their farmers could produce enough food to support craftsmen such as blacksmiths, traders, and priests. But the decisive skill on which the whole of Sukur society depended was the smelting and smithing of iron. This is a traditional blast furnace, one of the last surviving examples of the process of metallurgy evolved in Africa more than 2,000 years ago. The rapid use of a double bellows forces a blast of air into the heart of the furnace. This blast, or forced draft, was necessary in order to reach the very high temperature required to smelt iron ore. Smelting is complete within about 2 hours of reaching the necessary temperature, and the furnace can be carefully opened. Water is thrown to quench the blazing charcoal. The core of molten iron is gradually revealed. At last it can be pulled out and plunged into water. Once cooled and broken into small bits, the product goes to a second stage in the foundry process, the blacksmith's forge. And this is where the professionals, the Nkyagu blacksmiths, begin their work. With repeated heating and hammering, the iron is pounded to remove impurities. The glowing lump is reduced to a bar of solid metal, a simple form of steel. Although it's slow and arduous, this technology was sufficient to meet old Africa's demand for metal tools. Perhaps more than any other, this was the inventive development, the key that enabled Africans to solve the problems of creating permanent villages. Behind this village technology lies an impressive record of metallurgical and artistic achievement. This magnificent bronze vessel was found in a royal grave of the Ezenri, an Igbo kingship of ancient Nigeria, and was the product of still earlier centuries of African skill and taste. Such vessels were for ceremony. They trace a traditional link between technology and ideas of spiritual power.
Dancing is the great and popular art of the black peoples, and the rhythms of Africa have long ago crossed the seas and become part of the history of music in the modern world. This is a Mandinka dance of West Africa, in which the spirit of the forest comes to condemn wrong behavior. At first sight it may seem wild and primitive, but the dance is more complex than it looks. To the Mandinka, it has a religious meaning and a moral purpose. There are references to ritual, to myths and stories about the past. In a country where little was written down, and stories are still often told in the form of myth and music, the dance itself is a living embodiment of Mandinka history. Many Africans today live in modern cities where the dominant influence seems to be European, not African. The old history and traditions are half forgotten beneath the cars and the concrete. Africa once had its own cities, its own civilizations, and now there's a growing awareness of the dignity and splendor of the past. But beyond the cities, in the empty solitudes, there seems at first to be no history to remember. Scientists are now agreed that human life first took shape in Africa, long before it evolved anywhere else on Earth. But development in those early days was extremely slow, and until a few thousand years ago, most of this huge continent, like most of the rest of the world, was almost empty of people. Before men learned to farm, the land could support only a few scattered groups of hunters. This is the story of African peoples over the centuries, of how they learned to develop the skills that enabled them to overcome huge difficulties, difficulties imposed on them by their environment. The pioneering peoples who set out to master their continent long ago had to overcome tremendous obstacles. They had to survive in a climate and ecology of ferocious extremes. They had to fight off an army of killing fevers, pests, tropical diseases, man-eating beasts. And they had to learn how to farm under tropical conditions. Their mastering of their continent has to be seen, I think, as one of the decisive achievements of human history. I've chosen to visit three peoples, each with their own part in the story. These are the Dogon of Mali, whose art and whose dances keep their history alive for them. The people of Sukur in northeastern Nigeria still live in the stone-built villages of their ancestors and still follow a way of life which they've evolved for themselves through the centuries. The Pokot, a people of northern Kenya, have defied efforts to modernize their way of life. They've achieved their own balance with nature and are content with it. But long before these peoples learned how to master their continent, small groups such as the Khoi or Bushmen had made their own contribution. Until recently they lived by hunting and gathering, just as the earliest human beings are known to have done. Khoi technology has remained essentially Stone Age, even though they now use iron-tipped arrows borrowed from their more advanced neighbors. The Khoi have devised complex arrow poisons made from a mixture of plant extracts and the toxic entrails of a species of beetle larva. Stone Age or not, their skill at tracking game has never been surpassed. The Twa peoples of the forests of Zaire, better known to us as pygmies, also lived a wandering life as hunters. This 50-year-old film records the ingenuity with which these so-called primitive people built a bridge across a river. First, a man was hoisted to treetop height at the end of a long rope of plaited vine. An enterprise like this called for a high degree of cooperation and planning in advance. Yet the Twa had no political organization as we understand it. Their population was small, and their technology had not advanced beyond the Stone Age. Such bridges helped the Twa in their wandering life. Settled village communities became possible only with another major development. That major advance in the history of Africa began with the domestication of cattle 6,000 or 7,000 years ago. The population multiplied and the cattle herders spread far to the south. Some of them came to the great Rift Valley of East Africa, where they succeeded so well that their descendants, or people very like them, still occupy the area today. For much of the year, this is an arid wilderness of thorn scrub. Only for a few weeks during the rainy season, the thorn trees are green and lush. Many of the pastoral peoples who live here today can demonstrate for us some of the crucial advances which Africans have made in their history. The great move from food gathering to food production led to settled community life with all the social and political complexities which flowed from that. These developments are manifest in the history of the Pokot. A Pokot family homestead, like this one, at first sight looks hopelessly primitive and squalid, and its inhabitants just as wretchedly poor and ignorant. But anyone who has the patience to live alongside the Pokot, or a people with a comparable way of life, soon finds out that appearances can be misleading, even completely wrong. It's happened to me more than once in wandering about Africa's more remote corners. What the outsider sees as primitive and helpless can become, on better acquaintance, an astonishingly inventive and ingenious adaptation to nature and to nature's possible gifts. For these Pokot, the most fruitful of nature's gifts has been cattle. Over many centuries of gradual development, Africans have bred varieties of cattle able to flourish under tropical conditions. Cattle have become central to everyday life. From earliest infancy, children are trained to help look after them. A woman must be given cattle when she marries, and so must her father. Cattle represent what money has become for us, a measure of social standing, a credit rating, and essential to living. An important man like Lokoriongolol has 6 wives, which means that he must have many cattle, either in his dairy herd or in other herds nearby. The strategy behind this obsession with cattle is more sensible than it seems. It was essential for pastoral peoples to keep as many animals as possible so as to guard against drought or disaster. By integrating livestock with every aspect of their lives, the Pokot ensured their own survival. Each woman has rights over a number of animals, and she sees to it that her rights are respected. Only the children are allowed to trespass. But drinking from the udder is permitted only in the rainy season when milk is plentiful. Goats and camels can feed on the leaves of plants and shrubs which cattle won't touch. Camels were introduced to the East African Rift Valley from far in the north, so the Pokot have had to breed and raise them under very different conditions. Instead of using camels for transport, as desert and northern peoples do, the Pokot have learned to rely on them for an addition to their supply of meat and milk. Boys belong to a group of companions of their own age. Such age groups, each with its own rights and duties, are a central part of Pokot social structure. The Pokot were entirely self-sufficient in the past, and are largely so today. They buy little from outside their community, because they can find or make the things they need from their own resources, especially from their livestock. A goatskin is pegged out to dry for the tanning process. A hide is scraped free of hair. Later it will be softened with oil or fat and shaped for clothing. The essence of Pokot life, and this has been a general truth for most of Africa's peoples, lies in having developed and conserved a workable balance with nature, in knowing how nature, properly used, can fulfill the material needs of every day. It's a balance which highly industrialized countries are now beginning to realize that they must learn to recover. Everything here can have its use, even cow dung. Dung is useful as an insulating and weatherproofing material for walls and roofs, just as it used to be in Europe. These little huts are for sheltering young calves and kids from the heat of the day, and also for weaning them from their mothers. Women altogether govern domestic life. Though men like to command, women have a large area of authority and the self-respect which goes with that. A new byre being built is for a calf, which is this woman's property, although that's a European way of looking at it. The Pekot themselves don't have a word for ownership, because they consider life is not a matter of personal property. It's a matter of balanced rights and duties between each individual in the community. So women should do their work and men should do theirs, even if women, at least to an outsider's eyes, seem to do far more of it than men. The Pekot have had to acquire an intimate and detailed knowledge of their environment. The bush around their homes is not a wilderness. It's a kind of conservatory of useful products, fibers, herbs, medical remedies, everyday wants. If a woman like Chepochongil needs something apart from imported luxuries like her beads, she doesn't go out to shop. She walks into the bush and brings back what she's looking for. It's a skill and knowledge learned in the family by a long process of practical experiment and handed down from one generation to another. Outsiders may be ignorant of this knowledge, but it's not a secret. Anyone who asks can be taught. The bark of the desert rose which Chepochongil gathered has been pounded and mixed with water. The resultant infusion is a powerful insecticide. The women rub it on the young camels to rid them of ticks which carry disease, rather as modern farmers might use a sheep dip. Africa's peoples have had to invent their own ways of using natural resources. Skills like rolling twine from bark fiber are not as easy as they seem. And Pokot life really is like making twine. It looks simple, but it's the outcome of a complex development, social but also political. Here's a people who have no kings, no chiefs, no police force of their own, and really no officials of any kind. And yet they manage to get along perfectly well so long as nobody comes from outside to interfere with them or attack them. They have a government of their own, but it's hard to see it. It consists of a council of elders who safeguard and apply the unwritten but always remembered rules of Pokot community life. And these rules are respected because they're recognized to be necessary to community survival and the fruit of a long experience. These scattered peoples have learned to live with themselves and with nature. And inside the limits of the possibilities open to them, it seems to me that they've done it remarkably well. Only women can ensure the community's survival and its future. So although there are aspects of their lives which would enrage many modern feminists, they exercise far more power in the community than at first appears. A woman like Chemkea, the mother of the small child here, is quite capable of taking her own decisions and of making sure they're put into effect. Women can marry young, but men have to wait until they've gathered enough cattle to support a marriage. Only an elder like Lokariongolong can afford 6 wives.
Mali. Waktu bapaknya menempati penangkap tartapa Mali. Kokoi. Ini ni. Iya kasih ni mati kan ya korisi. Mengalami susu. Mewak matara kaya mati wangnya kaya telap. Pai ku wakai kutte kai ku wakai. Kecium sukanda ni mepel. Kuruku kemal korisi aja. Kemal korisi aja. Kai pisuke atau ni ketuwet. Kesun muka. Kuah lalu keremupan. Aku pen dia jago pun ada cuma kau tahu nak. Aku yang kacik kesenum bakal. Kau kesun muka ni cikru tutup. Mata leput kekal tu aci. Kau kepai mana aci. Ambak kusa muka ni. Kusa kakeret. Nak muda. Gongnya tahu ini. Ini ya tu. Aku nak dengar itu ni tak. Apa? Kalau tu aja ba. Kalau pas aku kemal tu aja ba pe aku gangat pegule tak yang muda ba. Aku guli kaya kacik. Akarunya.
Pokot life has its internal conflicts, but these people know their world and their place in it. Pokot life has its internal conflicts, but these people know their world and their place in it. What life is for, what life can give. And it's not a life without pleasure. Pocot society is one of many cattle-keeping African communities that's organized by age, so that a person goes through life in a community within a community, in a group of companions of about the same age. And this arrangement cuts across narrow family ties and binds Pocot society together. All the cattle peoples of Eastern Africa have very distinctive jump dances with strict choreographic rules, quite different from the whirling rhythms of Western Africa. Mostly of the young warrior age group, these men sing about their favorite cattle, but they also sing to invite the girls who slowly come to join them. One girl has just completed the initiation ceremonies that launch women into adulthood. She'll soon be married, and the dance is for her. Once again, nothing's as simple as it looks. Respected customs govern dancing. A son may not dance with his mother, nor a sister with her brother. The Pocot have a far more elaborate social etiquette than most Europeans. To them, civilization is not a matter of technological development, but of social responsibility. When the rhythm changes, so do the rules. Now the girls may choose a partner. African dancing has developed a ritual as well as social purpose, but there's also mundane work to be done. There's butter to be churned. Milking vessels have to be cleaned and sterilized with burning charcoal. At the end of the day, the cattle are driven slowly home. Pocot life looks, and in some ways it is, a rough outdoor existence, far from idyllic. Yet it offers a round of duties and pleasures, and these enclose people in the warmth of a psychological and material security. The Pocot have tamed their wilderness and learned how to live with it. They're not bent on replacing it with some other man-made environment. They see no need for change or improvement, even though change may be thrust upon them. They live much as dozens of other African peoples once lived before Europeans began to interfere. Miraculously, they've survived the intrusion of missionaries, conquerors, and colonizers, who could never bear to leave Africans as they found them, and tried instead to impose their own ideas of progress. What the Pocot have now may seem to provide little comfort and much hardship, but they're ready to remain content with it, leaving the outside world to its strange ways and destructive ambitions. While some peoples continued to rely on livestock for their support, others turned to mixed farming. This cultivation of crops for food was the next long step forward in the history of Africa. South of the Sahara Desert and its nearby grassland plains, food growing began to make progress about 2,500 years ago. This led to a further increase in population and the establishment of village communities through vast areas of the continent. But the expansion of food growing called for another technological breakthrough. Simple kinds of tool could be good enough for cattle-raising peoples. But when Africans embarked on tropical agriculture, which meant tree felling, clearing, hoeing, harvesting, they had to make more elaborate tools, and stronger ones as well. That need brought about Africa's interest in metals, but above all in iron. An extensive and increasingly skilled African use of iron spread rapidly throughout the continent. This terracotta head was made by the earliest iron-making culture so far known to have evolved south of the Sahara. The people and their culture are known by the name of the place where these relics of their skill were first discovered, in a village called Nok in central Nigeria. Nok iron making began in about 500 BC. Other Iron Age cultures soon appeared in the same wide region, and this metallurgical skill, probably of northern African origin, then spread right across the continent, reaching the Transvaal in what is now South Africa by about 400 AD. That's 1,500 years ago. These iron-making cultures developed regional differences, but the people of Sukur on the border of Nigeria and Cameroon can illustrate the vital importance of iron to community development. A man and his two wives go out to harvest their crop of guinea corn. Also known as sorghum, guinea corn is a valued food crop, and iron tools enormously helped in its cultivation. The farmer and his wives are working on a terrace of land literally carved from the hillside by the use of iron hoes. Iron knives and sickles sever the heads of the grain. All these tasks were much more laborious before the invention of iron. And having solved the problems of growing food where food had never been grown before, people like these were able to form permanent settlements. Gradually, their farmers could produce enough food to support craftsmen such as blacksmiths, traders, and priests. And as their society became more complex, they began to feel the need for some kind of centralized government. Their priests became kings, small kings at first, but the kings accumulated power to themselves, whether to make war or to gain privilege. A king in Sukur had only small political power, secular power, but he drew added strength and prestige from his people's belief that their king spoke with the spiritual power of God. The king of Sukur had the power on behalf of his people to intercede with the one God who's above all the other gods in Sukur religion. He was believed to be able to persuade God to favor his people, send increase to their crops, and give fertility to their women. And God, when answering these requests, gave instructions to the king on how best his people should behave. Not surprisingly, God and the king seldom disagreed. Sukur economy consists of an intricate complex of productive activities. Just like the Pokot, people here developed a balance with nature, and this enabled them to profit from nature's gifts without undermining the ecology of the land on which they've depended for centuries, and still depend today. Once a food surplus became possible, a section of the population could be released from the daily need to produce crops and could develop specialist crafts. In a division of labor, women could make pots and men could weave baskets. A sharper division of labor has also developed within Sukur society. Certain crafts have long been practiced by a particular group of men and women called the Nkyagu. In the old days, Nkyagu were not expected to do any farming. Instead, they could give all their working time to this or that special craft, making goods for sale or barter in exchange for food. Nowadays, the old customs have begun to disappear. In time, no doubt, corrugated iron will displace the woven roofs of the granaries. As the Sukur grew more prosperous and embarked on trade with their neighbors, their chiefs ordered the building of a stone roadway more than 3 miles long down to the valley below. And in a society as stable as this, with its regular food supply, specialization could extend beyond the practice of crafts into what we would call the professions. This man is a traditional doctor. A patient has been brought to him suffering from a severely sprained ankle and quite unable to walk. With a combination of herbal remedies and a robust but carefully practiced manipulation, the healer will try to get the patient back on his feet again. Such treatment is really a form of physiotherapy. And no matter what the pain, the patient has faith in his doctor. And this element of faith has always played an important part in African medical treatment.
No.
The psychological dimension in African healing is now increasingly recognized by doctors throughout the world as a serious and valid aspect of curative medicine. But the decisive skill on which the whole of Sukur society depended was the smelting and smithing of iron. This is a traditional blast furnace, one of the last surviving examples of the process of metallurgy evolved in Africa more than 2,000 years ago. The rapid use of a double bellows forces a blast of air into the heart of the furnace. This blast, or forced draft, was necessary in order to reach the very high temperature required to smelt iron ore. Smelting is complete within about 2 hours of reaching the necessary temperature, and the furnace can be carefully opened. Water is thrown to quench the blazing charcoal. The core of molten iron is gradually revealed. At last it can be pulled out and plunged into water. Once cooled and broken into small bits, the product goes to a second stage in the foundry process, the blacksmith's forge. And this is where the professionals, the Nkyagu blacksmiths, begin their work. With repeated heating and hammering, the iron is pounded to remove impurities. The glowing lump is reduced to a bar of solid metal, a simple form of steel. Although it's slow and arduous, this technology was sufficient to meet old Africa's demand for metal tools. Perhaps more than any other, this was the inventive development, the key that enabled Africans to solve the problems of creating permanent villages. Behind this village technology lies an impressive record of metallurgical and artistic achievement. This magnificent bronze vessel was found in a royal grave of the Ezenri, an Igbo kingship of ancient Nigeria, and was the product of still earlier centuries of African skill and taste. Such vessels were for ceremony. They trace a traditional link between technology and ideas of spiritual power. Just as in old Europe, the craft of the smith was a mystery. It called for ritual. The blacksmith in Sukur had special skills which ordinary people didn't have. His work was seen as one of creative fertility, potentially dangerous by reason of his occult power. That power came from God, but it reached mankind by way of the ancestors whom God had chosen to build the world. So the chosen ancestors in African belief lead back always to the source of spiritual power, and that is why they merit high respect. This famous cliff called Bandiagara is the sacred burial ground of the Dogon, the final group of African people that I've chosen. They demonstrate one of the most pervasive themes in African history, the development of an elaborate system of religious belief. This This is even reflected in the architecture of their villages. The Dogon settlements are clustered along the foot of the Bandiagara escarpment in a remote area of Mali in West Africa, not far south of the Niger River. The Dogon are another people who have their own solutions to the problems of an inhospitable environment. They cultivate millet, but specialize in growing onions, which they sell to their neighbors, as well as storing for themselves. Their farming requires a laborious process of irrigation. During the dry season, most of the year, water has to be stored in cisterns. Artificial terraces have had to be carved from the foot of the escarpment, and to irrigate this crop, relays of women have to act as a kind of human aqueduct. The labor is immense, but all over Africa, and not only among the Dogon, the drudgery of farming has always fallen to women. In common with other African peoples, the Dogon have evolved a complex system of beliefs about the creation and working of the world, and these beliefs are central to the ordering of their daily lives. Decorated with the four-armed cross of Amma, of God the Creator, a Dogon granary is conceived as a model of the universe. Door carvings depict the 8 original ancestors and other figures from Dogon religion, including those that refer to divination, the foretelling of the future by the fox, the agent of misfortune. Divination among the Dogon is the work of trained soothsayers. The diviners draw intersecting lines in the sand as a prelude to interpreting the tracks which a fox will make. The interpretation of the tracks has its own logic. Like Christians, the Dogon believe that God withdrew to heaven when man offended against his law, but the agent of evil in Dogon belief was not the serpent of the Garden of Eden, but the fox. Attracted by a bait of peanuts arranged in a particular pattern, the fox will predict the future with its footprints. The fox which brought misfortune can also foretell misfortune. Soon after dawn, the diviners come to see where the fox has walked in the night. By examining the tracks of its prints, they can learn the shape of things to come. They will have advice for individual applicants, or perhaps for the whole village. And if they're thought to be good soothsayers, clients will take their advice and will pay for it. But God's withdrawal to heaven brought to mankind more than misfortune. It also brought death. A procession comes down from a sacred cave where the spirit ancestors dwell. This will be the great Dogon dance called Dharma. It'll be a dance about death, but just as in the Bible, even more about life after death. Led by elders, the masquerade slowly descends to the village. Like other intensely religious peoples, the Dogon believe that death need be nothing final. Helped by the intercession of young men trained for the purpose, the spirits of the newly dead can join the community of the ancestors. Each group of dancers in the Dharma pageant represents some part of God's creation, both human and animal, good and evil. So the Dharma, again like all great dance festivals in traditional Africa, is also a celebration of this people's history, of their homage to distant ancestors who first mastered this mountain country and taught them, as they believe, how best to live in it. After the first big display, each small group does a set piece of its own. The stilt dancers are thought to portray the long-legged water birds, cranes and herons, which inhabit the banks of the river where the first Dogon dwelt long ago. Tall mask, called many-storied house, has to bow to the 4 points of the compass before leaving the arena. The mask is carried upright in the dancer's teeth. Here, the Kanaga cross mask symbolizes the proud antelope of the Bandiagara country, the spirit of Dogon independence. In this great dance, as in some others of the same spectacular vigor, Africa evokes a time of reconciliation after the sorrow of death, and celebrates a joyful promise for the future. Tomorrow the Dogon will return to hard reality, but the Dharma, in a world that might seem implacably hostile to a less devout people, has reaffirmed their beliefs and ideas. Above all, perhaps, that mankind should handle life as a gift from God, abusing it as little as human frailty will allow. As each of these peoples has revealed, in one or other aspect of their history, the African genius has known how to master a continent for human habitation and fulfillment.
Chinese soldiers preparing for battle. This is what Beijing wants to show the world. With each military drill, China is drawing ever closer circles around Taiwan. China has a clear goal: to gain control over the island.
China will surely be reunified. Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?
Yes, that's the commitment we made.
The United States is building up its military presence in the region and is practicing how to sink Chinese ships.
We're not going to come to an agreement over Taiwan.
Wait for the unification to be achieved. Peacefully, I hope. Non-peacefully, I dread.
But why are these two superpowers so fixated on Taiwan? What's in it for China and the US? And how do people in Taiwan feel about it? It's Taiwan's location that makes it a geopolitical flashpoint. Taiwan has 23 million inhabitants, and its main island lies only 130 kilometers away from China's mainland. These tiny islands right off the coast are also under Taiwanese control. And Chinese military drills around the whole of Taiwan are getting bigger and more frequent. In recent videos released by China's People's Liberation Army, Beijing has threatened to encircle the island. It sees Taiwan as part of its territory and says it's ready to use force if necessary to get it back. We'll talk more about the history and Taiwan's status later. For now, you need to know that in the late 1940s, there was a civil war in China between communists and nationalists. The communists won and took control of mainland China. And the nationalists fled to Taiwan. That laid the groundwork for today's tensions. The US has an ambiguous policy towards Taiwan. Since the late 1970s, it's recognized Communist Beijing as the only legitimate government of China. But it has informal ties with Taiwan and is seen as the island's protector. Okay, let's go back to the map to understand why the US and China can't quit Taiwan. In some ways, Taiwan's strategic importance is about 3 choke points around the island. To the west, there's the Taiwan Strait. It's a key trade route for both Beijing and Taiwan, and also for everybody else. Almost all the world's biggest container ships pass through here. To the north, the Miyako Strait. It runs between Taiwan and these Japanese islands. And in the south, the Bashi Strait. It runs between Taiwan and the Philippines. For China, these 2 straits on either side of Taiwan are key strategic gateways to the Pacific Ocean.
Taiwan is in the middle of the Chinese coastline, which is very important.
This is Victor Gao. He's a former Chinese diplomat and vice president of the Center for China and Globalization, a Beijing think tank some say is close to the Chinese Communist Party.
Taiwan Island faces the Pacific directly, and if Taiwan is occupied by a foreign country, for example, it interrupts the continuity of the Chinese coastline and also prevents the Chinese access directly to the Pacific Ocean.
The US says it has no troops permanently stationed in Taiwan, but the island plays an important role in US strategy. To understand why, let's look at the military bases in the region. Here are some of China's main naval bases close to its coast. And the US has some of its key bases in South Korea, Japan, and the Philippines. If you connect the dots, you'll see the US bases form a chain.
Taiwan sits at the heart of what we call in the United States the first island chain.
David Sachs is an expert at the Council on Foreign Relations, a think tank in New York City. In the past, he worked at the American Institute in Taiwan, which serves as the de facto US embassy on the island.
If you look at the first island chain, these are all formal treaty allies of the United States or close partners in the case of Taiwan. And with that, the way it is, the United States can project power close to China's shores, protect its allies and its interests, Conversely, it's very difficult for the Chinese military to project power outside of the first island chain and threaten the United States physically or our interests in the Indo-Pacific.
To strengthen this island chain, the US is expanding military cooperation with Japan and the Philippines, which are also wary of what they see as China's expansionist goals. For example, just last year, the US gained access to military bases in the north of the Philippines, right next to the Bashi Strait, one of those Chinese gateways to the Pacific Ocean we mentioned. Here you can see American and Philippine troops conducting exercises in the waters nearby earlier this year. They even sank an old Chinese-built ship that the Philippine Navy used in the past, a clear message to Beijing. And obviously, China is not happy about the US island chain strategy.
Come on, we are not living in the 19th century. We are not living in the imperialist century, using this outmoded way of thinking as if you can set up a chain to block, for example, China from accessing the Pacific Ocean. It's ludicrous.
Beijing is rapidly modernizing its navy, in part to be able to break through the chain of US allies. For example, with the Fujian aircraft carrier. Here it is on sea trials earlier this year. It's China's third aircraft carrier and the biggest ship in the Chinese Navy.
The number one objective here is to keep the United States out of the region during a conflict. So what we call anti-access area denial. Prevent the United States from being able to defend our treaty allies and partners.
So to sum up, Taiwan's location makes it essential to both sides as they try to gain the upper hand in the region. But the rivalry is also about money. Big money. Economically, the small island has an outsized importance for both China and the US, even though neither officially recognize Taiwan as a country. Both China and the US have significant trade links with Taiwan, and much of that business comes from just one company. TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. It produces microchips. Taiwan makes 90% of the most advanced ones in the world. Both the US and China are dependent on them, and so is everybody else. There's a good chance TSMC's semiconductors are in the device that you're using to watch this video right now. They're in new cars, fridges, and fighter jets. Everywhere. They're needed to develop new AI models. And US leaders worry that losing Taiwan to China could permanently shift economic tides against them.
We don't assume that a region under Chinese hegemony would be open to US trade and investment. I think that China would reorder the region. They want the United States to basically supply them with raw materials that are turned into manufactured goods in China and then sold all over the world. And there isn't really a role for the United States or other industrialized countries in that.
The Chinese economy is already larger than that of the United States if we use purchasing power parity. China produced more than 30 million cars. In 2030, the Americans probably produced less than half of that. So why should anyone believe they can have some benefit of picking a fight with China? No, there is no benefit. China does not look at Taiwan from an economic or commercial perspective.
So why is Taiwan so important to Beijing then? To understand, let's dive back into history. China lost control over Taiwan during what it calls the Century of Humiliation. These caricatures of China being carved up by various foreign powers might explain why. From the mid-19th until the mid-20th century, China was plagued by invasions and internal disputes. This is important because that notion of humiliation still plays a big role in Chinese state ideology even today. In 1895, Japan took Taiwan from China and made it a colony. After World War II, the Allies forced Japan to give it back. But at the time, China was in the middle of a civil war. The government of the Republic of China, or ROC, was led by nationalists under Chiang Kai-shek. Mao Zedong led communist forces against them. In 1949, the victorious communists marched into Beijing and established the People's Republic of China on the mainland. The defeated government of the Republic of China fled to Taiwan. That's why there are two governments that call themselves China. One on the mainland, the People's Republic of China, or PRC, and on Taiwan, the Republic of China, or ROC. The PRC government in Beijing sees Taiwan as a breakaway province and says there's only one China, even though they've never actually been in charge in Taiwan. Most of the world accepts this one China policy, including the US. They don't recognize Taiwan as an independent country. Wait, so why is the US supporting Taiwan then? There's also a history to that. After the Civil War, the US initially saw the nationalist government in Taiwan as the only real China, rejecting the communist government on the mainland. US soldiers were even stationed in Taiwan under a common defense pact. The change came in the 1970s. The US sought closer relations with Beijing. That meant closing the US embassy in Taiwan and pulling out US troops. Still, informal ties persisted, like that de facto embassy, and the US still guarantees to sell Taiwan weapons. But they have a deliberately ambiguous policy on whether they would defend Taiwan. It's meant to prevent China from invading and Taiwan from declaring independence. But that strange limbo has been the status quo in Taiwan for decades, and it's created realities on the ground. Taiwan developed from a nationalist authoritarian regime into one of the strongest democracies in the region. There are elections, a free press, and civil liberties. Taiwan was first in Asia to legalize same-sex marriage. This year, a progressive party was re-elected for a third term, vowing to maintain that tense status quo. DW's Taiwan correspondent Yu Chen Li can give us a sense of things on the ground.
Here in Taiwan, the atmosphere is very different from you might read in the headlines. The tension has become part of daily life. One key reason is that people in Taiwan have been living under the threat of the Chinese Communist Party for many decades. The majority of the Taiwanese prefer to maintain the status quo with China, but how to do so is a rather polarized debate.
If China wants to bully us, at least we still have the US and Japan. They're our friends.
I've always been skeptical of America, but we have no choice if we can't get stronger or have enough forces.
It's tricky. We should have a friendly relationship with both of them.
It's always been like this. Ever since the founding of the country, we've been caught up in this drama.
But one thing is clear for many Taiwanese, Taiwan's voice is usually drowned out. Amid a US-China rivalry, many feel that Taiwan is only a pawn in the game. And no matter what comes next, the island should have the right and autonomy to decide its own fate.
But there's one more factor that stands in the way of that. Taiwan represents something for both superpowers. Taiwan has embraced the US worldview, which promotes democracy and capitalism. China is a one-party system and a socialist market economy. And a major Chinese Communist Party narrative centers on Taiwan. Remember the century of humiliation we mentioned when China lost Taiwan? Well, Chinese President Xi Jinping sees bringing Taiwan back into the fold as an important step in overcoming that humiliation. This is part of the so-called national rejuvenation, a revival of the Chinese nation as a great power.
But with Xi Jinping, I think you did see some impatience. Xi Jinping has clearly put himself forward as a leader of, world historic importance. He views himself in a very similar way, I think, to Vladimir Putin, that he's just not a run-of-the-mill leader. He's transformative.
No one, no country, no single human being will be able to block the peaceful reunification of China or the non-peaceful reunification of China. So we should all call on the United States. Don't play with fire.
But for the U.S., supporting Taiwan also means keeping up key alliances in the region and promoting democracy.
If China were to invade and annex Taiwan, we would see that democracy extinguished, and it could send chilling effects to democracies around the world. You would have deep questions being asked in South Korea, Japan, and the Philippines on whether they can rely on the United States for their security.
Because of where Taiwan is and what it represents, neither China nor the U.S. are able to back down. And the rest of us are stuck watching the superpower rivalry play out.
We begin tonight with the continued fallout over that group chat security breach that is now in the courts. Late today, a federal judge heard arguments from a government watchdog group suing over Trump officials' use of the Signal app to discuss military attack plans. The judge issued what he called a compromise order, telling all Trump administration defendants to preserve all Signal communications from March 11th to March 15th. Meanwhile, Democratic and Republican senators on the Hill are calling for an inspector general probe into the group chat. Some members are even calling for a criminal investigation. But Trump's Attorney General, Pamela Jo Bondi, doesn't seem to be that interested.
There should be resignations, and there should be an investigation either by the Defense Department IG, Inspector General, or by the FBI.
Is DOJ involved at this point?
It was sensitive information, not classified, and inadvertently released. And what we should be talking about is it was a very successful mission.
There is potentially here a violation of the Espionage Act, as well as the Federal Records and Presidential Records Acts.
Today, there are also growing questions about whether two Trump officials misled Congress in their sworn testimony about the group chat debacle. Tulsi Gabbard and John Ratcliffe were asked specifically if weapons, targets, or timing were mentioned in those text exchanges. We're now going to highlight every single mention of those items from the group chat while comparing them to what those officials said under oath.
Was there any mention, Ms. Gabbard, of a weapon or weapons system?
I don't recall specific weapons systems being named.
Did this conversation at some point include information on weapons packages, targets, or timing?
Not that I'm aware of.
In a hearing the very next day, both officials were pressed on the apparent discrepancy between the chat and their sworn testimony.
Do either of the directors want to reflect on their testimony yesterday in the context of what I just read?
My answer yesterday was based on my recollection or the lack thereof.
Less than 2 weeks ago, you were on a Signal chat that had all of this information about F-18s and MQ-9 Reapers and targets on strike, and you in that 2-week period simply forgot that that was there. That's your testimony?
My testimony is I did not recall the exact details of what was included there.
Messy. This kind of messiness appears to be part of a larger pattern. A German newspaper reports that it found passwords and cell phone data for some Trump officials online. And Wired reports that the Venmo contacts for National Security Advisor Michael Waltz were also available online. Joining me now to discuss all of this is retired Army Major General Paul Eaton and Leah Lippman, a law professor at the University of Michigan's Law School, my co-host on the Strict Scrutiny podcast, and the author of the forthcoming book, Lawless, How the Supreme Court Runs on Conservative Grievance, Fringe Theories, and Bad Vibes. So, General Eaton, what is your reaction to this security breach?
Melissa, thank you for having me on. It's pretty much on three levels. So you have the senior 19 or 20 national security architecture folks who are on a commercial app talking about very seriously classified or sensitive information. You have the National Security Advisor, who invites, for reasons unknown to me, Jeffrey Goldberg, a very noted and terrific reputation journalist with The Atlantic. And then you have the Secretary of Defense, who repeatedly denies that providing information on departure times for weapon systems and arrival locations for weapon systems that would give an opportunity for somebody to frustrate that event, either killing the pilot or frustrating the operation. So it's this is about as egregious a mistake as I've ever seen.
Well, it's unprecedented, too. I don't believe we've ever had a security breach of this sort on a publicly available app. Am I correct?
I spent 33 years, and a lot of those years were before social media and the terrific technology that we have right now. The men and women on that Signal app, they knew better. They did it out of ease, out of comfort, to be able to do it from their home without having to go to a secure means of communication. So out of laziness, we had this security breach that has really taken down the U.S. reputation with our allies in a terrific sense.
So, Leah, the general alluded to this, but there are actual protocols in place for dealing with sensitive information of this nature. And we just heard Senator Blumenthal mention the Espionage Act and the Presidential Records Act. How do those specific pieces of legislation apply here? And what are the dangers for this administration in terms of the legal exposure because of those legislative enactments?
The Espionage Act limits the ability for federal officials to disclose classified or sensitive information, outside of secure channels. Of course, we know the fish rots from the head, Melissa, and we know the person in charge of the White House is not exactly super keen on protecting and preserving America's secrets, given that he was housing them in Mar-a-Lago bathrooms. So it's not entirely surprising that his Secretary of Defense would be throwing out bombing plans in a Signal chat. A little more surprising that he'd be doing so with the Atlantic journalist added to the Signal chat. The Records Act, as you noted, creates an obligation on agency heads as well as the archivist to preserve records that relate to an agency's policies, procedures, and decision making. And obviously, they did not do that here. In fact, it creates an obligation on agency heads to actually tell the archivist if they have reason to believe that records are being destroyed or taken out of the agency. And here you have several agency heads on the Signal chat, including Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, I believe, saying that, they know this is happening on a Signal chat and it's not actually happening consistent with federal records.
So, General Eaton, the Defense Department has very clear rules about the handling of classified information, and the disclosure of significant military plans or intelligence operations are considered classified materials. And we've seen many of these officials who are on this group chat say over and over again that this was no big deal. There's nothing to see here. How, given those protocols, can they claim that they weren't violating rules and compromising the safety of national security information?
So, Melissa, when I was a colonel, I was in the Pentagon in the J3 current ops, and I literally feared speaking about anything that I was doing there lest I reveal a classified event or a piece of information. And so when people ask me what I did during the day, I just did not reveal anything. And that's as a 44-year-old colonel in the Pentagon. Every service member feels the same way. And we are loath to provide any information lest it be a revelation of a classified event. So we know what we're doing. The senior leadership, the senior civilian leadership of the national security architecture of the United States either does not know what they're doing, or they are lazy and are unwilling to do the right thing at the right time.
Right. Leah, Attorney General Pamela Jo Bondi was asked about the prospect of legal liability for the officials who are in this group chat. Here's what she had to say.
If you want to talk about classified information, talk about what was at Hillary Clinton's home that she was trying to bleach a bit. Talk about the classified documents in Joe Biden's garage that Hunter Biden had access to.
So those aren't the first comparisons that I thought of. I, too, like you, thought of the Mar-a-Lago bathroom and the classified information that was retained there. But are these the right comparisons to be drawing here, or are there meaningful distinctions between Hillary Clinton and Hunter Biden's situation and this particular breach?
Yeah, that's a hard no on whether these are the same. This is literally the Secretary of Defense talking about possible bombing plans, right, involving precise weapons as well as targets that have not yet happened. Right. Imagine if that signal chat had gone to a hostile foreign adversary, or imagine it had gone to someone who was not a patriot like Jeffrey Goldberg and would have sold that information to a hostile foreign adversary. These are impending military plans that is completely different than something Hunter Biden might have had on his laptop.
And so why then won't the Attorney General even entertain the possibility that there may actually be a criminal investigation and the prospect of legal liability for those involved in this?
Because the defining principle of this administration is law for thee, but not for me. After the Supreme Court effectively declared the president above the law with the immunity ruling last July, he seems to have imparted that wisdom to all of his political cronies and friends. The administration has suspended investigations and enforcement actions into companies that are affiliated with Elon Musk. And it seems like, they have also pardoned all of the January 6th insurrectionists. And they are also placing people within the administration above the law, basically saying we are not going to force you to comply with the law. And they feel emboldened to do so.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes, and I want to start with a story reported today by NBC News about a national security breach by an employee of the Trump administration. Not about the current scandal with the Signal group chat, but something that happened back in January. Our own Julia Ainsley reports that a longtime official at the Department of Homeland Security sent unclassified details about an upcoming ICE raid to colleagues and accidentally included a reporter on the email chain. Sounds familiar, right? Except in this case, the person questioned owned up to the mistake and faced consequences. They were put on administrative leave, and it looks like they're going to be stripped of their security clearance. So they do know how to hold people accountable for stuff like this. They just choose when they do that and when they don't, to whom they do it and to whom they don't. In the Signal story, everyone involved is trying to lie still their way out of this mess, and no one is facing any accountability. Although today, a federal judge ordered the administration to preserve all communications on the Signal group chat. This is in response to a lawsuit from a nonprofit watchdog group called American Oversight. It was the same judge also overseeing the lawsuit about the administration's use of the Alien Enemies Act to justify its rendition of Venezuelan immigrants to a foreign prison. Meanwhile, Trump's Attorney General Pam Bondi signaled the Department of Justice will not be investigating how Trump cabinet members texted classified war plans to the editor-in-chief of the Atlantic magazine.
It was sensitive information, not classified, and inadvertently released. If you want to talk about classified information, talk about what was at Hillary Clinton's home that she was trying to bleach a bit. Talk about the classified documents in Joe Biden's garage that Hunter Biden had access to. This was not classified information.
Got a Hunter Biden reference in there. Well done, Attorney General. The information was obviously classified. She's lying about it as well. It was the details of imminent war plans and the name of a CIA officer, the precise weapons that will be used, and the timing for a surprise attack. Is that secret? Yeah, I think it is. Attorney General Pam Bondi is blocking any accountability for one of the biggest and most embarrassing intelligence scandals, frankly, in my lifetime. And fundamentally, people have to understand this, okay? Take a step back. Trump's cabinet is the product of affirmative action for MAGA loyalists. And it's easy to lose sight of the stakes here because in many ways this particular scandal has been so comical. But it should go without saying that having a bunch of incompetent people in charge of national security is really dangerous. And this is not a thought experiment. We've seen this type of thing before. Right-wing governments that were too busy essentially destroying their own country's democratic order to stop a catastrophic intelligence failure. Take, for example, Israel under Benjamin Netanyahu in October of 2023. Which is to say, there is no reason to think these people are doing that job well, even though they keep insisting that they are.
The strikes against the Houthis that night
were devastatingly effective.
This military operation against terrorists who have been and continue to attack American service members was extremely successful.
The mission's been very successful.
What is most important is that the mission was a remarkable success.
The real story here is the overwhelming success of President Trump's decisive military action.
It was a very successful mission.
Understand very clearly the mission was successful.
We had a very, very successful evening, and we've had numerous successful evenings and days in that area.
Is that true? Are those claims true? We have no idea. The Pentagon claims it struck 30 Houthi targets. That's a group that occupies part of Yemen that's aligned with Iran. But details have been remarkably sparse, and the Houthis say that dozens of civilians have been killed, which would make sense given that the Signal chat talked about one of the targets being in his girlfriend's building. You think that's a military target? I mean, we basically just have to take the administration's word that it was so successful. And keep in mind, the goal of the strikes in Yemen are to get the Houthis to stop attacking trade ships in the Red Sea, something they've been doing in protest of the war in Gaza. But the Trump administration isn't even close to pulling that off. That's still happening. So the mission was a success? I mean, take, for example, the guy in charge of the mission, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, the former cable news weekend host, who shared classified operational details on the group chat regarding the strikes. Why? I don't know. If you think he or anyone else is going to learn from this, there's no way. Unless we see the kind of accountability Pam Bondi is trying to block, the kind of accountability the administration found for a low-level staffer in the Department of Homeland Security. Republican Senator Jim Risch of Idaho, chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, claims there will be an investigation, although I would not hold your breath. And there is growing public outcry for Pete Hegseth to lose his job.
It is outrageous and it is a leadership failure, and that's why Secretary Hegseth, who undoubtedly transmitted classified, sensitive operational information via this chain, must resign immediately.
I think there's no question that the Secretary of Defense must resign. He should be fired.
We're in the middle of a fight right now as it relates to Pete Hegseth. He needs to resign or be fired by Donald Trump.
Even the fine folks on the Fox and Friends couch realize this story isn't going away on its own.
Right now, we know the pattern. They're going to pound you on the Signal story all day. How do you handle that? Meanwhile, there's so many other things to talk about.
The president and our entire team have been incredibly transparent. We are looking into it to ensure it can never happen again.
If Pete Hegseth goes, whoever replaces him will almost certainly be equally as terrible. Although I will say, Hegseth's kind of in a category all his own. I mean, he's the most manifestly unqualified Pentagon head we've ever seen. But someone, the public, someone has to draw a line in the sand and hold the people who messed up accountable.
So we just talked a little bit about what's going on in public polling right now in terms of how the American people are feeling about the Trump administration and President Trump this far into his second term. Here's a little bit more on a specific subject. YouGov asked Americans how serious a problem they think it is that a whole bunch of senior Trump administration officials shared military plans in a group chat on a commercial messaging app, which accidentally included a journalist, even though they didn't notice he was part of the chat. The proportion of Americans who say this is a, quote, very serious or somewhat serious problem is nearly 3/4 of respondents, 74% of the country. The percentage of people who say that's no big deal is only 13%. This scandal is a serious problem, even according to 60% of Republicans. On the long list of things that are dumb and bad and potentially illegal about sharing imminent military attack plans on a messaging app with a large group where you don't know who's even on there, there is the matter of Trump's national security advisor setting those group chat messages to disappear. You can do that on the Signal app, and some of the messages were set to disappear 4 weeks after they were sent. Others were set to disappear after just 1 week, which might mean that some of them are already gone. The reason that's a problem is that there are real laws that get enforced about preserving federal records, which belong to the American people. The vice president and cabinet secretaries and the White House chief of staff discussing imminent military strikes definitely counts as a federal record, even if you do it in a chat app, and it therefore must be preserved. You can't set it to disappear. The government transparency group American Oversight filed a lawsuit on that part of this story. Today, in that case, a federal judge ordered multiple Trump cabinet officials that they must preserve those signal messages. Then there's the fact that at least one member of the group chat, Trump's real estate friend, who says he's now very, very personally close with Vladimir Putin. They have a really, really intense emotional personal friendship. Steve Witkoff has now confirmed publicly, I think kind of despite himself, I think he sort of accidentally confirmed publicly that he participated in this group chat on his personal cell phone, not on a government-issued device. Now that matters because personal devices generally have much less robust cyber protections against things like spyware, which raises a whole new level of security concerns about this, separate and apart from what they were discussing here. If these guys are doing sensitive, potentially classified government business on their personal devices, if their personal devices have been compromised, then it doesn't matter like what the encryption level is of the app that they're using. If their personal devices have been compromised, it's possible that any sort of bad actor might have access to every single thing they type or see on their phone. Now we know that at least one of them was participating in this signal chat about imminent military attack plans on his personal phone. How many of the rest of you were doing that? What they were discussing, though, turns out to be the really big problem in terms of what specifically these guys were blurting out in this insecure group chat. After the operation they had been discussing, these airstrikes in Yemen, after that was over, Trump National Security Advisor Mike Waltz wrote this in the chat. He said, quote, "The first target, their top missile guy. We had positive ID of him walking into his girlfriend's building, and it is now collapsed." Well, the Wall Street Journal reports today that that positive ID of the guy they were targeting, that was, according to the Wall Street Journal, sensitive intelligence from a human source in Yemen, intelligence that had been provided to the United States by Israel. In other words, Israel had a source on the ground feeding them very specific information in real time, and Mike Waltz referenced that information in a way that effectively described the source in this group chat on a commercial app. According to one U.S. official, quote, "Israeli officials complained privately to U.S. officials that Waltz's texts became public. Quote, Israel's role in supplying information that helped track the militant highlights the sensitivity of some disclosures in the texts and raises questions about the Trump administration's contention that no classified information was shared on the Signal chat. The identity of a person in Yemen who was supplying information in real time about the strikes would likely be carefully protected." Yeah, you think? I mean, these guys may not get it, but the American people seem to. I mean, 3/4 of Americans say this seems like a really serious problem. Anybody can see that this is not stuff you should be texting about with a large group, right? Or maybe texting about at all? I guess not these guys. Joining us now is one of the authors of this Wall Street Journal scoop, Alexander Ward. He's a Wall Street Journal national security reporter. He's author of the book, The Internationalists, The Fight to Restore American Foreign Policy After Trump. Mr. Ward, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Let me just ask you if I got the basics right there about your reporting here. Mike Waltz didn't describe like the name of the source, but he did describe with some specificity the type of information this source was able to provide. That's what Israeli officials are worried about?
Right. So we should note that this information was provided in real time, right? And if you look at those texts on Signal, you saw that Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, was saying, you know, planes in the air, bombs are going to happen at this time. And then Waltz chimes in and goes, hey, we effectively have an assessment here. We've seen that one of these people we were tracking, one of this Houthi top missile man, went into his girlfriend's house, and we've seen it destroyed. And this was a positive ID, that they ID'd this person going into the building, and it's unclear if ID'd afterwards. The point is that's real-time information, right? And that was provided by the Israelis to the U.S. And we should note the U.S. has other ways to positively ID. Waltz does say in those texts, you know, there were multiple IDs. So it's not like it was wholly reliant on Israeli intelligence, but it's fair to say that Israeli intelligence provided to the U.S. informed, at a minimum, the text that Mike Waltz put into Signal, which, of course, as you said, is a publicly available non-governmental app on what seemed to be unclassified networks.
Now, everything that I know about spying, I've basically learned from like Len Dayton novels. Like, I don't know. Who am I? I'm just a person who reads the news. Like, I have no expertise in this other than spy movies and spy novels. But it seems to me like when we talk about protecting sources and methods, this is kind of almost an elementary school level case study, because you can infer from that statement from Mike Waltz, which went to this large group in a commercial app, that somebody has a source on the ground in the capital of Yemen who can see that apartment building and who can also communicate to some intelligence service somewhere in the world what he or she is seeing at that building and what the physical consequences have been of the strike that are being described. I mean, that seems to me like for anybody in Sana'a who's trying to figure out who that source is or what they have to worry about in their network, they've now been essentially given a template to find that person.
Yeah, at a minimum, there are now Houthi operatives who know that there could be a spy among them or within their networks more generally. Now, whether they learned that from our reporting or whether there was a way they could see that information from if the signal chat was spied on and released to the Houthis, I doubt that was the case, to be honest. But who's to say? The point is we don't know, but the possibility exists because it was put on signal, which is the point here, right? These kinds of conversations should be happening in secure facilities in the Pentagon, in the Situation Room, or, as government officials, high-level government officials, are provided SCIFs or other kinds of communications tools in order to have these conversations at home. Or, if they have to leave their families at home, go into their government buildings, go into the secure facility and have these kinds of conversations. On weekends, late nights, it's not efficient or ideal, but it's how you protect these secrets. And so, sure, it is more efficient to put this kind of stuff on signal. You can do that. But you do open yourself up to the possibility that becomes public or is intercepted in some way by adversaries. Does that mean it's likely? I can't say that with any sense of certainty, but I can say it's definitely not 0%, right? And so this is the issue now, is of course now it's out in public in our story, but at a minimum, one could assume that intelligence went in there, and if it were to somehow, some way, make it to the intended targets, they would go, there is a spy among us.
Right. Mr. Ward, briefly, one of the things that we hear about in intelligence reporting is that our allies with whom we share intelligence may be less likely to do so in the future if they feel that we in the United States are mishandling it or handling it in a way that is cavalier. Briefly, do you have any sense that risk is essentially coming to fruition right now, either with Israel or other allies based on this scandal?
Well, we have heard even before this, right, just because of, President Trump's own views on the war in Ukraine and his talking to Russia, because of Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard and her views on Syria and Russia and others, there has just been some hesitation about sharing as much intelligence as before with the United States. You can imagine after this now there'll be even more pause. Now, whether that actually leads to a slowdown of intelligence sharing, I don't know. I haven't seen any direct evidence at the moment, but I have heard from foreign officials who are already wary of providing as much intel, as much in-depth intel to the U.S. as before, and I can't imagine that this episode helps.
Wow. Alexander Ward, national security reporter at the Wall Street Journal. This is really, really interesting and important reporting. Thank you for helping us understand it.
Thanks for having me.
We're back with a new ICE arrest caught on camera, sparking protests. Federal authorities arrested a Tufts University graduate student from Turkey as she was on her way to break with her Ramadan fasts with friends. NBC News has obtained the video showing when Rumeysa Ozturk was confronted by plainclothes agents. Officers inform Ozturk to relax, saying they were police, before handcuffing her and escorting her to a black SUV. Now, according to her attorney, Ozturk has a valid student visa, and she was flown to a detention facility in Louisiana early Wednesday, despite a judge's order that she not be taken from Massachusetts while the court weighs whether she is being legally detained. For more on this, I want to bring in NBC's Stephanie Gosk in Medford, Massachusetts, and former Chief of Staff for Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Jason Hauser. Stephanie, what more are Ozturk's attorneys saying about why she was arrested and where she is now?
Well, Anna, her attorney is saying that she's frustrated. She doesn't know more about why she was detained. And she tells us, as you mentioned, she confirmed that her client was flown to Louisiana early Wednesday morning in an apparent defiance to the federal court. The federal court judge who ordered that she stay here in Massachusetts until it could be decided whether or not she had been legally detained. That judge also gave the federal government until Friday to explain why she was detained. All we know from the Department of Homeland Security is that her visa has been revoked because, in their words, she showed support for Hamas, a terrorist organization. They called a student visa, a privilege, and that she violated that privilege because of her activities. Again, not providing any specificity on what those activities were. Here at Tufts, there are plenty of students who are upset, people in this community who are upset. There are a number of protests, one last night and a couple of more today, Anna.
So, Stephanie, she hasn't been charged with a crime then? What type of evidence are authorities saying then justifies this detainment?
They haven't said at all. According to her attorney, she's not aware of any charges. As you know, President Trump signed an executive order back on January 29th saying that non-citizens who participated in pro-Palestinian protests should be deported and have their visas revoked, Anna.
All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you very much for that reporting. Jason, multiple plainclothes agents in masks making this arrest on the street. What kind of time and resources go into an operation like this? And is what we saw typical?
This is extremely atypical. Quite frankly, I think the American people are beginning to see the broad sort of stories within the immigration system and how they're now being used sort of for political targeting and retaliation. It takes hundreds of working hours to find and target, arrest, and detain an individual. It takes, as you saw from the video, it can take anywhere from 6 to 12 officers, even leveraging other federal law enforcement outside of ICE. It's very time intensive. And quite frankly, this White House said 2 months ago that they were committed to going after the worst of the worst. And it is very clearly now that the White House is sort of targeting churchgoers and book club members and, students in universities that are nonviolent, non-criminal, peacefully exercising their right to free speech. And clearly, the administration needs to articulate what actual threat these individuals are sort of creating in our communities. It's outside of, that's bigger than individuals that are actually criminals and convicted criminals that ICE should be targeting.
Now, a spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security says Ozturk engaged in activities in support of Hamas that are considered grounds for her visa to be terminated. We checked about a year ago. Ozturk had authored an opinion essay criticizing the university, asking for it to acknowledge the, quote, Palestinian genocide. Now, we don't know if that's what officials are using as evidence here, but how do you see it? Would this be grounds for visa termination?
Quite frankly, the political and sort of free speech and the discourse that we've had for hundreds of years in this country allow for individuals to, freely express their views, both political, religious, etc. As a sort of a counterterrorism official in my background within the Department of Homeland Security, the first thing I look to there is where within any of those statements is an individual sort of inciting violence or sort of driving or directing or facilitating sort of criminal activity. We don't see it in these statements. What we see is individuals expressing themselves in sort of the commons of a university, exercising their free speech. Now, if there is more to this, the department needs to be more transparent. But clearly, the sort of use of the immigration system, political stunts and retaliatory acts is happening. That is now the reality in which we live in. and we need to push back on the White House continuing down this path. There is plenty of work for federal law enforcement to be focused on going after drugs, gang activity, China, Russia, etc. Sort of going after peaceful protesters and folks, using their free speech on universities is absurd.
Yesterday, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem toured that El Salvador prison where the Trump administration sent Venezuelan migrants they allege are gang members. The administration wants the optics here. What are your thoughts about the secretary's visit to this prison in El Salvador?
One, the sort of outsourcing of our criminal justice and immigration system to a regime like the El Salvadorian government is beneath us. This doesn't create more capacity for ICE or Customs and Border or federal law enforcement to do their job. Actually, quite frankly, it creates a chilling effect across our country. And the fact that somehow we are endorsing sort of moving nonviolent, non-criminal migrants and asylum seekers and outsourcing that to these very cruel detention facilities in El Salvador.
Well, maybe that chilling effect is the point.
Yep, absolutely. So as you see, quite frankly, in the last 2 months, violent criminal arrests by the Department of Homeland Security are down. Removals for folks that have final orders of removal within the immigration system are down. What we see them is sort of, instead of focusing on that work, what you see is these political stunts, and it is not helpful.
Jason Hauser, appreciate you joining us. Thanks so much.
Ultimately, the buck stops with the President of the United States of America, which is why I made clear to President Trump yesterday in my correspondence that the Secretary of Defense should be fired immediately if he's not man enough to own up to his mistakes and resign in disgrace.
House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries on Wednesday saying that the buck stops with President Trump as calls for his defense secretary's resignation are mounting. The pressure on Pete Hegseth comes as we learn about more potential unsecured chats, signaling a total lack of intelligence. Where there's smoke, folks, there's usually fire. Back with me are Helene Cooper, Mark Polyramopoulos, and Mary McCord. Helene, does the secretary have the confidence of the folks within the Pentagon?
No, he doesn't. I don't think he had it before he arrived. Somebody said to me today that he's the most unqualified Secretary of Defense the country has had. And this was somebody from within the Pentagon saying that. Keep in mind, Pete Hegseth was approved by the Senate on the barest of margins to begin with. J.D. Vance had to come in and break the tie. It was a 50-50 vote, and he could not have lost any more Republicans at the time. So all the Democrats voted against him. So he doesn't have the confidence of Congress, but he certainly does not have the confidence of the men and women of the military. He has the confidence of a select group of what he calls warriors, and he's all about war fighters or warriors, and he's very much embraced the special operations community. But even there, a lot of those men, and to a lesser extent women, there are fewer women in this community, make fun of him. There are all these chat rooms. There's a lot of, he's not really, he pretends he's a special ops guy, but he's not really. And what you saw with this signal chat group is just what confidence there was among the men and women of the military in him is, I think, very much lowered. But at the end of the day, he serves at the pleasure of the president. So unless President Trump comes out and says, I don't want you for defense secretary, I don't think it's going to matter whether the men, where it will matter will be in recruiting, and will be in, you'll probably see more people leaving the military. You'll see more retirements. You'll see earlier retirements. You'll see earlier people not re-enlisting. And that's where I think you'll start seeing the numbers later on.
Speaking of the president, I mean, he and Josh Hawley just continue to blame this all now on a staffer. I'd like to play for folks what the president and Hawley have said.
And what it was, we believe, is somebody that was on the line with permission, somebody that was with Mike Waltz, worked for Mike Waltz at a lower level, had, I guess, Goldberg's number or called through the app. And somehow this guy ended up on the call.
The president was clear about it. You know, some staffer who apparently set up the group chat, I assume that person probably won't be in charge of meetings anymore.
You know, Mark, this just goes far beyond a group chat, an encrypted app. This is about the very machinery, I would argue, of our national security. This is about if our allies are going to continue to trust us with their most sensitive information. The Wall Street Journal is reporting today that Israel supplied intelligence in the airstrike that was discussed in the Signal chat. Shortly after the U.S. strikes began, Waltz texts that a key target of the attacks, a Houthi missile expert, had been seen entering his girlfriend's building, which he said had been destroyed. Israeli officials complained privately to U.S. officials that Waltz's text became public, one U.S. official said. Mark?
Well, you know, the Israelis are pissed, rightfully so. This is, of course, not the first time that the Trump administration has divulged Israeli intelligence. You remember in the first Trump administration, they did the same during a famous Oval Office meeting where Trump talked about something he shouldn't have that was derived reportedly from Israel. But the Israelis are pissed because they're seeing that the U.S. has no credibility in keeping this information that is provided secret. And that's really important. You know, we have to understand, and this goes to the whole issue of our partnerships and how they're fraying, but the U.S. really relies in the intelligence world on information that helps us, catch spies, catch terrorists, stop weapons proliferation. And we rely on that from our partners. And if they can't trust us, they're not going to give us that anymore. And that makes Americans less safe. I think this, this comes down to the notion of our leadership in the intelligence community and the DoD are lying. You know, when you walk in, Simone, to CIA headquarters, on the right is the famous memorial wall where there's stars where our officers were killed in the line of duty. But on the left, there's a phrase from the Bible etched in stone, and it says, "And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." And that's the notion of honesty and integrity. In our leadership, both the DoD and in the IC are violating that by simply lying right now. And I think that's really damaging.
As the fallout from the war planning group chat fiasco continues, some of Donald Trump's allies are openly criticizing how the White House has handled it. Politico points out that many pro-Trump media figures are now speaking up. People like Piers Morgan, Dave Portnoy, and Laura Loomer are among that group, and some are calling for Trump to fire at least one of the officials involved. Joining me now to unpack all of this, two of my absolute favorites, Rick Wilson, co-founder of the Lincoln Project, and political strategist Alincia Johnson. She was a senior advisor for President Biden's 2020 campaign, and her new best-selling book, Flip the Tables, The Everyday Disruptor's Guide to Finding Courage and Making Change, is out now. Rick, some of this just seems unbelievable, but then at the same time, it's not, if you think about who we're talking about and everything else that's going on. But when we start to see pro-Trump media figures saying things like what we're seeing, is that a sign that the tide may be shifting and some of his sort of bedrock stalwart voters might be feeling the same way?
Look, I think there are a lot of folks, especially military veterans out there, who look at this and it goes against everything they ever learned in the military. You don't talk about troop movements. You don't talk about the times of an attack. You don't talk about the targets before the plan is executed. And I think there's a lot of skepticism right now among folks like Piers Morgan and folks like Tommy Lauren and folks like Laura Loomer, who are diehard Trump folks who are looking at this and saying, boss, you could pretend this isn't bad, but it's bad. The whole country knows it's bad. The polling is coming out over and over again now with people in the mid-60s to the high 70s saying this is bad, Donald. And it's, that magical thinking around Trump, it kind of keeps a shield around him some of the time. But when even his own people see that this thing has gone off the rails this far, that pressure to take a scalp, that pressure to throw somebody off the sled to the wolves is mounting by the day.
Even as we have seen all of this take place in plain view, we've seen issue after issue and scandal after scandal with respect to Donald Trump's administration, just 60 some odd days in this time, as well as the first time. But it doesn't seem that there's ultimately a whole lot of political cost to it. Alencia, do you think that this is something that actually may end up costing this administration at a greater rate?
I actually don't, right? These people will continue to say that they're disappointed or that he must do something. But as you alluded to, in his first administration, we saw the scandals. We saw him believe that he is above the law, and then he's actually kind of been rewarded for that. And so they can say everything that they want to say about how this is a big problem for him, but they're not actually going to hold him accountable. He's not going to face some political, accountability for it. Now, unfortunately, who will face some political accountability eventually could be some Republican members of Congress, but no one seems to really want to make sure Donald Trump is not in power or allowing these types of egregious types of, these are beyond mistakes, right? Let's just think about what happened to, and this network has talked about it a lot, what happened when Secretary Clinton had some emails, right? But her emails, and people dragged her through the mud, and that's part of the reason that she didn't win in 2016. And yet here, they're going to complain, but at the end of the day, his supporters, this cult-like following, they're still going to support him. But let it have been a Democrat. Let it have been a Democrat. There would be nothing but hearings on Capitol Hill right now. And yet, for Donald Trump, it's just, they're sweeping it under the rug.
Rick, Alencia makes a great point when she talks about the fact that essentially the only person who really benefits from a Donald Trump-led Republican Party is Donald Trump. And so now we've already seen this really slim majority in the House of GOP members nervous and being apprehensive about what may be ahead as the Trump agenda continues to push forward. This is not a new thing. Donald Trump has not been the guy who led a party and ultimately his stamp of approval or kissing the ring meant that you were anointed as a king. He's never really been the kingmaker that he points himself out to be. So if you're a Republican member thinking about midterms, how are you navigating your fealty to the White House versus wanting to keep your job?
Sure. That's the toughest thing they have to wake up to every day. They have to go back to their constituents and say, yes, I'm backing Elon Musk and Donald Trump closing your Social Security office in this rural area. I'm backing Elon Musk and Donald Trump ending school lunches for your kids. I'm backing Elon Musk and Donald Trump. And they're doing it. Right now, they're trying to do it just by hiding. They're not doing town hall meetings. They're not going home to their districts. They're keeping their offices closed. That will not sustain over time. They're going to have to swallow the poison pill that Donald Trump is making them swallow in order to make these Project 2025 goons in D.C. happy. I think they're in a real tough spot. And you're right, Charles. Donald Trump has never been the kingmaker in the general election he claims to be. He can pick and choose who he wants in a primary as a general rule. But he is right now giving these guys a very, very radioactive portfolio of issues they're going to have to deal with. And it's giving the Democrats an opportunity, if they're smart about it, to go home and talk about two big issues: the chaos in Washington and the harm it's causing the people back home. If Democrats can do that, I think they've got a very good shot at a good year in 2026. But it's important to, remember that Donald Trump will always throw out more craziness and more bait. And one of the reasons I think the Signalgate problem has been very difficult for him, we are now on the 5th consecutive day where Donald Trump has not had control of the national news agenda. And it is making him crazy. So I expect we're going to see some more of that, the usual sort of Donald Trump, the Trump show, if you will, in the next couple of days to try to change the subject. But this is not helping him out there in the country for another reason, and that is that he's not doing the economy. He's not offering the new golden age. He's not making the economy more robust and more stable and bringing back jobs. Everything he's done so far has just scared people because the tariffs are causing the markets to get jittery. They're causing job numbers to drop. None of this is helping right now. And, they used to give Donald Trump a kind of a pass because the economy was good. I don't think they're going to do the same thing at this point.
Alencia, I need you to put in your political strategist hat. Rick just talked about a number of different tools, it seems, that Democrats have at their disposal to use in this moment. What does that actually look like, and how do we see Democrats potentially utilize those effectively and not fumble the bag like we've seen them do so many times before?
Well, when Rick said, if Democrats can get it together, I literally thought about something I say all the time is, quite frankly, Democrats can literally fumble the ball and it's like right in front of us. But I am hopeful when we've seen these rallies that we saw with AOC and Bernie Sanders. I am hopeful when I was looking at a video of Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley speaking to her constituents and the pain that people are feeling. I am also really hopeful and paying attention to these town halls that are in swing districts, or even the very few Republicans that have still had a few town halls, and the anger that's there. If Democrats understand how to build this multiracial coalition that understands that this is a class warfare, right? We have a common enemy, then we will be able to be victorious in 2026. It also requires some Democrats in leadership and decision makers to actually realize their time in leadership is up. Actually, they need to concede some power to the leadership, the growing leadership in the party that is more reflective of the diverse base that we have. It's actually okay. Go out on top. President Biden, he left a little late in the race. However, that was a leadership decision to say, you know what, I'm not the person best fit for this position right now. And so Vice President Harris became the nominee. And I think there's some other leaders in the party that actually need to do the same thing. And I probably get in trouble for saying that on national television, but that is actually the true definition of leadership. I talk about it in my book. When you understand that you are not the leader for this moment, and some of the decision makers have to make that tough call if we want to gain any sort of power back and trust with American people in 2026.
On them, prices are going to go up. Consumers are terrified. The market itself actually is not quite as pessimistic about inflation, but consumers really are scared. 6.5%, up from under 3% just a couple months ago, the highest since 1981. And so you see that then reflected in something you guys have been talking about, but we'll lay it out here, which are the polls. 39% approval rating for Trump, lowest going all the way back to somewhere before Nixon, maybe LBJ at the height of the Vietnam War, who knows, but for a very, very long time, lower than where Trump was last time at this point, at first 100 days, and actually lower than where Joe Biden was after his first 100 days.
You know, Steve, I just want to go back. You said these CEOs, these captains of industry, these wizards of Wall Street are stunned. They are stunned that Donald Trump is doing what he said he was going to do since 1987, that he's doing what we said he was going to do. We kept warning about, if you like certainty, this is not the way to go. He's going to really, really lean into the tariffs. He said tariffs is the most beautiful word in the English language. How could they have deluded themselves that he was going to come in and be Eisenhower? He never was going to be Eisenhower. He promised them every day on the campaign trail that this is exactly what he was going to do. So how can they sit back going, oh my God, I can't believe he's doing what he said he was going to do since 1987?
Joe, it's a great question. I think there's a combination of reasons, and I'm not here to defend or explain it even, but I'll try to put myself in their head for you. Trump 1.0 had some tariffs, but they were far more modest than this. They caused much less chaos. Politicians say a lot of things on the campaign trail. And honestly, just what Trump has done here with the tariffs is just so far over the top. It just never occurred to them. I shouldn't say never occurred to them. They never believed that we could have 154% tariffs on things from China, meaning effectively those toys will not be on the shelves at Christmas.
So, Steve, moving forward, President Trump said that Biden is also responsible for the future. What is the economic outlook under Trump's second presidency?
Yeah, he said Biden was responsible for what's happened in the stock market, and moreover would be responsible for anything else that happens in the stock market.
Yeah.
So let's talk about what happened in the stock market. In Trump 2.0, the stock market is down 7%. That is the worst performance of a stock market in the first 100 days of a presidential term since Nixon's second term in 1973. It is in stark contrast to Trump's first term, when, contrary to what many people expected, the stock market actually went up 5%. And back to Joe's question, because he didn't come out and do all this crazy stuff. But also what is really troublesome for every American, whether you have an IRA or you're an investor, is the volatility. Look at what the stock market did in the course of these 100 days. And compare it to any of these other periods. This is another form of uncertainty, which is unbelievably destabilizing to business. So where does that put us all together? Puts us all together with recession odds going up very, very sharply. We don't yet obviously have data yet on what's happened really in the last little bit, but let's just go back and take a look. There were some fears of recession back in 24 when the Fed was raising interest rates. When Joe Biden left office, you guys have talked over and over again, how about when Joe Biden left office, the economy is growing 2.5%, low unemployment, inflation on its way down, and so recession odds close to zero. Trump comes in, recession odds go up, 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 45 to 40%, Goldman Sachs versus Bloomberg. And then, just as a fun fact, on April 9th, Goldman Sachs raised its recession probability to 65% because of the tariffs. 2 hours later, Trump rescinded some of the tariffs or delayed them, and they took that forecast back down to 45%. And this is another example of the volatility and the uncertainty that business hates and just makes their job unbelievably difficult.
All right.
So, Steve, before we let you go, Steve, really quickly, I just want to ask you about you referenced it. This report is a little quirky, just as a caveat, a little quirky because imports flooded in. People were trying to beat the tariffs. That sort of skewed some of the GDP numbers. There's no doubt that the next 2-3 months are looking pretty rocky. But you had mentioned it. Talk about why this reading was a little bit quirky.
Yeah, Joe, it was quirky for a couple of reasons, and it's worth pointing out. First of all, Trump wasn't even president for the whole 90 days. Secondly, it ended on March 31st, and the tariffs came in on April 2nd. But as you said, the key things were that imports came into the country in anticipation of the tariffs. That lowers the GDP, but you also had a bunch of businesses out there trying to make some investments and buy some capital goods before the tariffs. That makes it higher. When you strip it all apart, it does appear that the economy grew by a couple percent in the first quarter. But that I would put on Biden. I mean, Biden was the president for a month of that, plus it was his economy that Trump inherited. So I give Biden credit for what was actually not a bad GDP number. We got to look ahead. There was a jobs number yesterday from ADP. We're going to get another jobs number this Friday. But the ADP number that came out yesterday showed roughly half as many jobs being created last month as the month before. So you may start to see some effects of Trump. But looking ahead, it's all bad. There's nothing but gloom out there in the business and the investor community.
Yeah, I mean, that's why again, that we've said it here. The next 100 days will be more telling even than the first 100 days as far as the economy goes. Again, there are a couple of caveats to add to this number. But you look at consumer confidence plummeting. You look at savings rates down. A lot of reasons to be deeply concerned for Americans as we move forward over the next 3 months. Morning Joe economic analyst Steve Ratner. Thank you so much. Caddy.
Another day for the history books today from Donald J. Trump. An astonishing display from him in the White House today. Donald Trump meeting with the president of South Africa and attempting to ambush and humiliate that leader inside the Oval Office. But what he did instead was embarrass and humiliate the people of the United States of America again. In his meeting with President Ramaphosa, Trump peddled unsubstantiated claims of genocide in South Africa of white South Africans, a group that ruled during apartheid in South Africa. It is a fringe conspiracy theory pushed by the likes of Elon Musk, Tucker Carlson, and David Duke, the former Grand Wizard of the KKK.
We take from many locations if we feel there's persecution or genocide going on. And We had a lot of people. I must tell you, Mr. President, we have had a tremendous number of people, especially since they've seen this. Generally, they're white farmers, and they're fleeing South Africa, and it's it's a very sad thing to see. But I hope we can have an explanation of that. It'll be the end of the country if it's not.
So next, Trump asked his staff to dim the lights and roll in a television. Once the lights were dimmed and the television was there, they played a video that Trump claimed showed evidence of genocide against white farmers. Here's the reality as reported by the New York Times. Quote, there have been killings of white South Africans, but police statistics show they are not killed at a higher rate than other South Africans. And while the South African government did pass a law permitting the government to take land without compensation, the process is subject to judicial review. President Ramaphosa did his part to fact-check Donald Trump in real time. He added that he didn't even recognize some of the locations in the video. Here's what he had to say.
Our government policy is completely against what he was saying, even in the parliament. And they're a small minority party, which is allowed to exist in terms of our constitution.
But you do allow them to take land.
No.
You do allow them to take land.
Nobody can take land.
And then when they take the land, they kill the white farmer. And when they kill the white farmer, nothing happens to them.
No, there is
nothing happens to them.
There is criminality in our country. People who do get killed, unfortunately, through criminal activity, are not only white people.
After all that, the leader of South Africa's president, tried to lighten the mood a little bit. Trump suggested that all of this tension between them could have been avoided as South Africa had just bought him an airplane.
I'm sorry, I don't have a plane to give you.
I wish you did. I take it. I would take it. If your country offered the United States Air Force a plane, I would take it.
Okay.
Well, there you have it. The conspiracy theory peddling leader of the United States of America sitting inside a gilded Oval Office, again, tarnishing America's image around the world, is where we start today with some of our favorite reporters and friends. New York Times diplomatic correspondent Michael Crowley joins us. Also joining us, Princeton University professor, MSNBC contributor Eddie Glaude's here. With me at the table, former Undersecretary of State during the Obama administration and author of Mandela's Way, Lessons on Life, Love, and Courage. Rick Stengel's here. We need some life, love, and courage to get through this today. You watched the whole thing. Give me your analysis.
I mean, it was an astonishing display. It's kind of a circus that he has now with these sprays. Instead of actually going in and talking to the world leader, he kind of puts them on display.
For whom?
I don't know. I guess for his own audience. I think part of what I find amazing, too, is that he has no impulse control. So he just keeps taking questions instead of saying, OK, we'll take some questions after we talk. But I think his attempt to humiliate Cyril Ramaphosa wasn't successful. I thought President Ramaphosa conducted himself with great poise. He was good-humored about it. He didn't insist on rebutting those charges, even though, for the most part, Trump's lies and exaggerations were extreme. There are about 100,000 Afrikaner farmers in South Africa. By the way, they are in no way responsible for apartheid, which their predecessors created. But they do own a majority of the farmland. And I would argue that so much of this crime is not black on white crime, but poverty on wealth crime. And I mean, I know you didn't see this in the stories. We were chatting about it before. Cyril brought a couple of folks along with him. Johann Rupert, the industrialist who knows Trump's back since the 70s, Ernie Els, the golfer, and John Steenhuisen, who is the Afrikaans agriculture minister in his government, all of whom said, this is crime. South Africa has a terrible crime problem. Mr. President, we'd like help with our crime problem, but it isn't just focused on this small group of Afrikaner farmers. And I thought they made that point. Not everybody's going to see that. They're going to see the fireworks. But I thought it lowered the temperature in the room in a way that hopefully would make some kind of dialogue useful.
For what?
Well, I mean, to take down the temperature. So, for example, one of the things that's tragic about this is that the U.S. cut off about $400 million in AIDS funding to South Africa. That's huge. That's PEPFAR money that has saved the lives of millions of people in southern Africa. They don't have that in their budget where that money comes from. They have to raise taxes. Those are children dying, families dying, mothers dying. So part of the reason that I think Cyril Ramaphosa came here is to say, look, we do need your help. By the way, it's true, as Secretary Rubio said, South Africa has been on the opposite side of so many issues in the UN between the U.S. And other nations. They're always aligned with the non-aligned groups. Even Nelson Mandela was on the other side of the U.S. on a lot of these issues, but that's not a reason to stop talking. And I think South Africa wants to kind of repair the breach.
Michael Crowley, if you're a foreign leader or working in the foreign service for a foreign leader, and you watch the information that Trump peddled inside the Oval Office and the quality of the content on the TV screen, what do you believe about the American foreign policy apparatus?
Well, it's off the rails, Nicole. And, the one thing you can say, I suppose, is that by this point, maybe the world is getting used to, I would say, discounting things that the President of the United States says. So, at some point, I think you reach a kind of there he goes again situation. Not to diminish how astonishing this spectacle was, but now it's sort of becoming part of the Trump show. It was like when that tirade against Ukrainian President Zelensky happened in February. We all thought, how can this be possible? We've never seen anything like this. And, now we're seeing it again. It's becoming the new norm, which is not to normalize it. But, I also think, Nicole, at some point you have to wonder when foreign leaders are going to try to avoid being put in that position. I spoke to a foreign policy professional who is in constant touch with foreign diplomats, who said he was aware of some foreign leaders who actually are hoping to avoid invitations to the White House because they don't want to sit there in the Oval Office with President Trump and just have these, to get berated or to have some kind of a circus breakout. And it just makes diplomacy extremely dysfunctional when the president is so volatile, so unpredictable, and as you point out, relying on, debunked misleading or false information in the way he forms his opinions. It's going to make foreign leaders want to keep him at an arm's distance.
Michael Crowley, what happens if the flow of good information to the United States of America breaks down and stops?
Well, it's a hard thing to wrap your head around, isn't it, Nicole? I mean, it's a big problem. And there's sort of two different categories of this happening right now. I think one is that the president is fed false information and conspiracy theories by people, many of whom my senses are sort of in his more casual or social orbit. Maybe somebody hands him a printout at Mar-a-Lago, some golf buddy or someone who's a member at the club, that kind of a thing. And that can be anything, and that can be some pretty wild stuff. The other category, which is also very serious, is what's happening in the intelligence community right now in the more formal process of information that's given to the president that has the imprimatur of the IC, as we call it, the intelligence community, the U.S. government. And, there are signs that the product that he's getting, including in a story that the Times reported yesterday, suggesting that Tulsi Gabbard's chief of staff was trying to influence an intelligence report having to do with the Venezuelan gangs in the United States, possibly for political reasons. That flow of information now may be getting influenced and corrupted. And, what are the implications? I mean, Nicole, where do I start? It's just it's very disturbing, and obviously it's going to make for bad decision making and bad things for the United States if the president is acting on false or warped information.
Let's talk about the other news today, Lisa, and that is the deportation flight of a couple of immigrants from this country to South Sudan. Fill us in.
So, Katie, yesterday, the government took a flight of 8 immigrants who had final orders of deportation, meaning an immigration judge had ruled that they were eligible to be deported. Usually those orders list the countries that they are to be deported to. And a federal judge in Massachusetts had previously ruled in April that the administration could not send immigrants with final deportation orders to countries not listed in their orders unless and until 2 things happen. 1, you had to give them notice in a language that they understood. And 2, you had to give them a meaningful opportunity to be heard as to their fear of persecution or torture and the country to which they were being sent. Notwithstanding that, evidence has now been presented to this same judge that his order was violated because these folks were given about 17 hours of notice before being boarded on a plane and taken to South Sudan, where none of these folks are nationals. They are all nationals of East Asian countries, specifically Laos and Vietnam. And there was this order in place that said you couldn't do this without meaningful notice and an opportunity to be heard.
What is the recourse?
The recourse here is hard to determine, right? Because they are now in this other country. However, the judge is telling the Department of Homeland Security, you may not let these people out of your custody. You need to maintain custody of them. And of course, the Department of Homeland Security, at least through its political spokesperson, is saying South Sudan isn't necessarily the final stop for these folks, but she won't disclose where it is that they are supposed to be going. The judge, Brian Murphy, today, according to our colleague Gary Grumbach at NBC, was absolutely apoplectic about this, making clear, in his view, in no uncertain terms, his order was violated and that he needs to get to the heart of who was in contempt of his order and whether or not there are going to be criminal sanctions for that contempt of his order.
Julia, why South Sudan?
Sudan? Well, according to the DHS press secretary today, she said that these are uniquely barbaric individuals and that no other country on earth would take them. And when I asked the ICE director, acting ICE director Todd Lyons, if they had determined that South Sudan was indeed a safe country, because that is usually, that's what they were saying, that in order to not deport someone to their country of origin, you have to find a safe third country. They said, we'll leave that up to the State Department. Of course, South Sudan is a war-torn country. The State Department has a level 4 travel advisory where they do not travel advisory to South Sudan because it is a war-torn country. And this judge today said that most people who got a notice that they were going to South Sudan would likely have to Google it, to look it up, to understand where it was they were being sent, because they wouldn't have the knowledge to know that it is such a violent country to be sent to. I also pressed them today, would they be sent to prison-like conditions? Is there some kind of agreement with South Sudan, like the U.S. made with El Salvador, to put people in that notorious CCOP prison? They said they could not say how they would be kept, but that it wasn't clear that South Sudan was their final destination. I will say another thing that we learned today at this press conference is that they said that these people were still in the custody of DHS. That actually is a problem for their arguments in these other cases about what they're doing with people in El Salvador, because in that case, they argued they couldn't turn those planes around, remember, on March 15th, because they were out of U.S. airspace. Now, in this court case, Katie, they're making the argument that they're still in DHS custody, and so therefore they have not violated a court order by deporting them, because since they're still in DHS custody, they could be brought back. So what does it stand for? Is it whose custody they're in, or is it the actual geography of where these people land? And we don't actually know where they are at this minute. There was a lot of this court hearing that was done behind closed doors to get some of that information. But it's clear that when this plane took off, the destination was South Sudan. That's what the deportation orders that we've seen look like. And at this point, it's unclear what the fate of these people will be. But this judge says they're in violation of the order. And the Justice Department has asked the judge to be more clear about what reasonable time means. The Supreme Court has talked about providing reasonable time. Other judges have said they need reasonable time. It's been defined as 24 hours or 20 days. And I think the Justice Department is arguing, just define what you mean by reasonable time.
So you say nothing's been ruled illegal. Let me read you some court rulings and let you respond as a representative of the administration. A judge says that this administration under current law does not, quote, possess the lawful authority to detain Venezuelan aliens, transfer them from within the United States, or remove them from the country. We'll put that up on the screen, but that's on the Alien Enemies Act. Another judge said the White House failed to prove the existence of the invasion or conflict required to justify invoking that act. Justice Sotomayor, and I'll let you respond, in a ruling that, as you may know, 7-2, included every Trump appointee on the Supreme Court, said U.S. citizens, under what you are advocating, could be, quote, taken off the streets, forced onto planes. History is, she said, no stranger to such lawless regimes, but this nation's system of laws is designed to prevent, not enable their rise. She said that in a dissent on a case where ultimately later, as you know, you've been blocked from using those wartime powers. So you have to acknowledge those rulings, right? You're not disagreeing that the Supreme Court paused some of those powers.
No, but you're talking about two different things. We're talking about the border, securing the border. You're talking about interior enforcement. Two different things. So there has been some court cases on interior enforcement methods or operations. It has nothing to do with border security.
Yep.
Border security is something separate.
Right.
So,
I understand the distinction you're making, so I'll let you respond. I'll let you respond on the interior. In the interior, these folks who are, to keep it simple, already here, you've been overruled. I assume you know that, and you're going to follow those Supreme Court rulings, yes?
Well, absolutely. Look, the Alien Enemies Act, here's my position. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a cop, been an immigration officer since 1984. The President of the United States invoked his authorities under Alien Enemies Act to remove who we consider enemies of this country. Trinidad, Agua, and MS-13 are designated terrorists. And we would use the act enacted by Congress, follow the rules within that act, and play by the rules. People need to understand the Alien Enemies Act has a lesser due process system than the Title A immigration court proceeding. It does, if you're at war with that country. We think we did the right thing, and we think we did the right thing. We'll continue to litigate it. I mean, do you think President Trump made a commitment?
Do you think we're at war?
We're going to move the worst of the worst. Do
you think we're at war with El Salvador?
Arresting criminals. You don't have to be at war with the Alien Enemies Act. They also can be a predatory incursion. That's what we believe happened, a predatory incursion. We know that Trinidad Agua has infiltrated law enforcement in Venezuela, the military, and the government. We believe Maduro's regime was involved with sending thousands upon thousands here to unsettle this country.
But I guess the point is, now that
intelligence reports that back that up.
Yeah, and I'm trying to go back and forth with you because I'm going to give you plenty of time, Mr. Homan. But when you look at Venezuela or these other countries, the law says you have to have a declared war. And so, yes, I understand you're not a lawyer, but we don't.
That's not what the law says.
Go ahead.
That's not what it says. A declared war or a predatory incursion. We said there's a predatory incursion occurred. Venezuelan government, Maduro regime was involved, was sending thousands of Venezuelans to this country to unsettle it. To Americans dying from fentanyl, they're pushing through the streets, through the criminal acts they've done. I just left New York City. We indicted 27 members of the TDA under a RICO statute for sex trafficking, gun trafficking, drug trafficking.
Sure, and those are individual criminal cases.
We got a strong case of
and
a
Mr. Homan, I'll tell
incursion.
you, so you have the benefit of knowing this is a Texas-appointed judge. I have the quote on the screen. This term invaded concerns warfare. So not people crossing what you're calling predatory. But anyway, my key point to you is now the Supreme Court limited that. You're going to follow that unless and until the courts change it. Is that correct?
Of course we won't follow the Supreme Court. But I'll tell you what we're not going to do. We're not going to stop arresting MS-13 members and TDA members. We have to hold them in detention. That's what we'll do. But they're not going to walk the streets of this nation, not under the Trump administration.
Understood. I wanted to get clarity on another issue when you appeared with Democratic Mayor Adams in New York. As you know, there was a lot of controversy over the way the DOJ handled that case. Lawyers there in government service resigned over it. You went on Fox News and you said you guys had an agreement. The headlines out of that were you had mass resignations. The prosecutors say the justice asked them to admit wrongdoing. Trump border czar warns Mayor Adams, this is, I'm sure you remember, not to violate the agreement on DOJ to help you with policy, with enforcement. If he doesn't come through, I'll be back in New York City and we won't be sitting on a couch, you said. Were you referring to the threat that if he doesn't play ball or cooperate, that DOJ could revive his case, investigate, or charge him?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It was two cops talking, two career cops having a good time. He's been a great partner. And let's make something clear. I started talking to Mayor Adams in November, long before this whole criminal thing came up. Our agreement to get back in Rikers Island was because I sat down with a cop, mayor, but a career cop, who agreed with me that he doesn't want to be an immigration officer. I don't want to be an immigration officer, but let us send to Rikers Island so we can arrest an illegal alien criminal public safety threat.
So where would you be, though, if not on the couch?
And recommit an offense.
What did you mean? Because you see, the case had just been dropped. A lot of pattern here. What did you mean?
Get us back. He made a commitment to get back in Rikers Island. So, you know, we talk cop to cop all the time. Well, you better keep your promise and play the rest of the tape. He came back at me and saying, you know, and I'm going to hold you accountable if we don't do things right.
But you're disclaiming. Okay, but you're disclaiming the idea that it would relate.
Nothing to do. He had nothing to do with that criminal investigation. Nothing.
And finally,
Nothing.
I wanted to give you.
We were talking months before that issue even came up.
Okay. I want to give you a chance on one other item since I've had you and we've given you time. Tonight, you said you'll be following the Supreme Court orders. As you know, some Trump officials, including yourself, have sometimes suggested otherwise. This is what you said briefly on Fox News about judges.
We're not stopping. I don't care what the judges think. I don't care what the left thinks. We're coming.
Tonight, I wanted to address that with you. You also said tonight, opposing that you will follow what judges in the Supreme Court rules. So is that your final answer on that?
No, what I said, that clip you just played, is the same thing I told you about 7 minutes ago. We're going to keep arresting TDAs. They're not going to stop us. We're going to keep arresting MS-13 members.
Sure.
If we can't remove them through the AEA, we're going to keep them in detention. They're not going to walk the streets.
Consistent with what the judges rule.
Keep doing what we're doing. We're going to keep arresting them and taking them off the street. That's what I meant. I never said we're going to violate a court order. I said we're going to continue doing what we're doing and taking these people off the street. That is what I meant when I said that.
That's what you meant. Consistent with court rulings.
President Trump has said he'll obey the rulings of the Supreme Court, and that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
But when I said, I don't care what they think, we're going to keep doing it, we're going to keep arresting TDA and MS-13. Maybe we can't remove them as quickly as we want to under AEA right now, but they're not going to be walking the streets. If we have to wait for Title VIII proceedings, we'll do that. But they're not going to walk the streets of America under President Trump.
So I look at those numbers and I think to myself, how in the world did they win working class voters?
Yeah.
And what are they going to tell working class voters about their big, beautiful bill come midterms?
Yeah. I mean, listen, they won working class voters by saying, we see you. We're going to work with you because we know cost of living is out of reach. A recent study said a majority of families, 60%, can't afford the basics, housing, groceries, childcare. But then they turn around and betray their own voters. They betray the people that live in the districts that they represent. And what we have is a bill that is almost like it's constructed by cartoon villains, because it is taking away health care for nearly 14 million Americans. It is the biggest cut to food programs we've ever seen, could impact 42 million people. And all for what? To have a tax cut that is so large for the very, very wealthiest, making the winner's circle so small in this country. And the added kicker, which you just mentioned, and then they put trillions on the credit card for future generations to pay.
At a time when Moody's is already bringing down our credit score.
That's right.
Yeah, our credit ain't what it used to be. Right?
It isn't what it used to be.
This crew in charge. And to your point, Representative Clark, you've got the Congressional Budget Office analysis of this agenda bill, this big, beautiful bill, tells us $267 billion will be spent less in the federal spending for SNAP, $698 billion less in federal subsidies for Medicaid changes, to your point, and to your other point, $2.3 trillion increase in the deficit over 10 years. CBO also notes that the increase in the deficit would trigger $500 billion in automatic cuts to Medicare starting next year.
Exactly.
So it's the way, folks, the way our system works, the way this whole thing is designed is that when Congress acts, and it acts in a way, as you know, Simone, having served in the White House, when it acts in a way that puts pressure on the system will self-correct. They're automatic cuts. that kick in because those have been in place for a long time. Talk about what that aspect of this, which is not focused on a lot, that will also have a major impact.
You know, this is part of the problem when you have a bill that is created in a solely partisan manner and is being adopted and changed. We don't even know, as we are talking right now, exactly what we could be voting on tonight, because they still don't have their bill in front of the Rules Committee. So we've been meeting since 1 a.m., but we're still operating, waiting for our Republican colleagues to settle their own inner fight and come to us with what their plans are for the American people. But what we do know is the president was at the Capitol yesterday, 24 hours ago, and said, we will not touch Medicare. $500 billion later, we are also about to devastate Medicare. So there is nothing that is off limits. Nothing off limits in order to have these tax cuts. And it is when you add into it the Moody's rating, because it is families at home that are going to have to bear these interest rates, and then the tariffs that are put on top of that. Back to school shopping for young children, where the cost of cribs and shoes and clothes and car seats.
And the things you carry babies in.
A stroller for the president. You know,
they are
those things on wheels.
Just going to go through the roof, and we already know people are not making it.
Why are they doing this? There are very few little things I agree with some of my Republican friends on. I think that the Republican legislators, they're smart folks. This bill feels like a political suicide. Just the agenda, we'll put it up on the screen. It cuts taxes, but it includes tax hikes on universities, on non-citizens, and even some families with children, even though the people who are non-citizens, they also pay taxes, but they don't take, but you know what, never mind. Too deep in the weeds for some folks. Too technical.
Come on now.
It scales back Medicaid and SNAP, which would make it easier for people to lose coverage with work requirements. I will note some of the biggest beneficiaries of SNAP are in rural America. It ends clean energy programs, which would phase out electric car tax break by the end of 2025. That also they're going after the Inflation Reduction Act subsidies, which brought a lot of companies. I'm thinking about Republicans in upstate New York. I thought Micron was coming there to build a plant. What's going on with the IRA money? It cuts back education programs. It limits a Biden-era student loan repayment plan that ties payment to income and household size, yet they want people to repay their student loans. It increases national security and immigration enforcement spending, $175 billion for the border and border control agents. I don't see anything in here about addressing the root causes of migration. Why are they doing this?
Yeah, I mean, this is the plan, and they will do anything in order to reward their donor class with tax cuts. And their sole allegiance has become to Donald Trump at the expense of the people they serve. And you mentioned a point that so many of these cuts have this outsized impact on women and women who live in rural areas of this country. And these tend to be areas that are represented by Republicans. Why would you devise a tax bill, a budget plan that goes after the very people that you represent, that will likely close rural nursing homes, rural hospitals that are often the biggest employers in a community, as well as access to medical care? Today, I ran an amendment because they're also taking away funding from Planned Parenthood, which means that those 600 clinics, the overwhelming majority of are in rural and medically underserved communities, will close. That's 2 million patients who are not only getting contraception, but getting cancer screenings, having mammograms, fertility treatments. And for many of them, there is no other place to go. And they know full well that Medicaid does not fund abortion. We all know the Hyde Amendment has been the rule of law for decades, but they're doing it based on ideology. And what it does to women and their access to health care in their country seems to be a forgotten point.
We are in the midst of one of, I think, the worst intelligence scandals since the Iraq War, and it's less than 6 months into Trump's second term. This administration's lawless resurrection of the 200-year-old wartime law to rendition people out of this country was always, I think, on its face ridiculous. We know that we're not experiencing World War I or World War II, the other times it was used, War of 1812. And not only does Donald Trump still have to pretend we're at war, his administration had to concoct an elaborate conspiracy to justify it, whereby this Venezuelan gang, Tren de Aragua, is somehow under the direction of the Venezuelan government, and therefore Venezuela is invading our country with its gang members, which means we are at war. Obviously, all that is, ludicrous. We all know that, right? Well, it turns out the people inside the intelligence community knew it too. New York Times reporting in March, quote, American intelligence agencies circulated findings last month that stand starkly at odds with Mr. Trump's claims and calls into question the credibility of Mr. Trump's basis for invoking the Alien Enemies Act. Well, now we find out the chief of staff for the director of national intelligence is essentially trying to cook the books and rewrite the National Intelligence Council's official assessment to match the White House's lie. In an email to intelligence officials on April 3rd, Tulsi Gabbard's chief of staff, Joe Kent, wrote, quote, we need to do some rewriting and more analytic work so this document is not used against the DNI or POTUS. Let's just come out and say Tren de Aragua leaders are given sanctuary in Venezuela as their gang members commit horrendous crimes in America. The acting head of the National Intelligence Council did make those edits in a new intelligence assessment. But Gabbard fired him and his deputy anyway, smearing them as biased deep state bureaucrats. Charlie Savage is one of the New York Times reporters behind this story, and he joins me now. So, Charlie, just walk me through what the sort of intelligence community itself found when it was doing the work and what the reaction was from the chief of staff for the DNI.
So this is a convoluted story that you did a good job of setting it up. There were two intelligence assessments. First, in February, when the Trump White House is getting ready to issue this Alien Enemies Act proclamation to summarily remove Venezuelans without due process, sent them to that notorious Salvadoran prison. They asked for an assessment of the relationship between Venezuela's government and this gang, because that old law you described requires a connection to the actions of a foreign state to be in this sort of wartime situation where its extra powers would be activatable. The intelligence community looked at their collections, the NSA, the CIA, FBI, everybody else. There is a broad consensus that the gang is not under the direction and control of the Maduro regime in Venezuela. They're hostile to each other. The government treats them as a threat. Their security forces get in gunfights with them. The gang itself is too disorganized to obey instructions, even if there were any. There's a little bit of a partial, not complete dissent by the FBI based on a few prisoners here in the United States. But the rest of the intelligence community thinks they're lying. They're making stuff up to try to get out of their own legal troubles. There's no intercepted communications, no intercepted financial data that you would see if there was this kind of coordination. So the intelligence community says this. The White House says, we're going to say the opposite in this proclamation anyway. Trump will come out in mid-March and he says, I find as president that it's true that the Venezuelan gang is being controlled by this government. And that sets off, when it's revealed that they said something that their government actually thinks is a lie to activate these powers, that sets off this effort to redo the intelligence assessment. And then even when it's in draft form, the chief of staff to Tulsi Gabbard asks for a further rewrite so it cannot be used to damage Trump for having said the opposite.
Now, I think people of a certain age who particularly came up as reporters in the midst of the Iraq war learned intimately in that it's extremely dangerous to have political appointees sort of pushing down and altering intelligence, because what you want intelligence to do is to tell you what really the best assessment is, not what pleases the boss, not what's politically convenient. Obviously, in the case of Iraq, that was a whole other story. I mean, Kent's email to me strikes me as like wildly sort of out of line and anomalous for how these things usually go down. But maybe I'm wrong. What's your sort of understanding?
I mean, there's something very blatant about this. Even in Iraq, the worst parts of Iraq were the insinuations by the Bush administration that Saddam Hussein was connected to al-Qaeda and somehow responsible for 9/11, even though they hated him as a secular ruler. There certainly was not a connection at all between al-Qaeda and Iraq. But they didn't produce official proclamations and write intelligence memos saying that. They would just sort of insinuate it and kind of put it out as a vibe. And this is an effort to create official documents that are just saying things for which there is no evidence, or what the available evidence actually actively contradicts. And so in that sense, it's not just comparable to Iraq, but it's actually its own thing. It's something more blatant.
The individual, the chief of staff here, I think hasn't gotten quite enough attention is Joe Kent. Now, he is a failed Republican congressional candidate twice. He ran in a district that was quite Republican and was beat twice by congressional Democrat Mary Gluesenkamp-Perez. She now represents the most Trump voting district in the country. And the reason for that is Mr. Kent's past statements, affiliations and associations with certain extremists proved to be a burden on the campaign trail. He's now the guy, basically, I mean, chief of staff for DNI is a big deal. Like, he's kind of operationally running the American intelligence apparatus.
Well, he's only doing that right now, too. He is also the pending nominee to be the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, which is a very, very important job in the 21st century in the intelligence community. And he has this placeholder job right now as chief of staff to Tulsi Gabbard. So, yes, he had run for Congress. He should have won that race given the makeup of that district, but he was kind of too out there even for a district that is a very pro-Trump district. And now he's in this role, and this is what he's doing with it.
All right, Charlie Savage, New York Times. Great reporting. Appreciate you sharing with us.
The latest Trumpian spin seems to be that the only things this budget cuts from Medicaid are waste, fraud, and abuse, which is quite a piece of spin. Because a core concept of this bill is the idea of adding work requirements to Medicaid. Now, this has been tried many times before, and we already know that it does not work because we've seen it not work. Back in 2023, Georgia added work requirements to its state Medicaid plans, and the program that checked whether people were working enough to qualify was something they called Pathways. Last year, to promote the program, Georgia's Republican Governor Brian Kemp released an ad. And it's an ad about a mechanic named Luke Seaborn, who was one of the first Georgians to receive Medicaid from Pathways. Seaborn became kind of a poster boy for the program.
My name's Luke Seaborn, 53, and we've been here at the shop at this place since 2018. Pathways is a great program that offers insurance to low-income and working professionals such as myself, and that's what I was. I was looking for insurance, low-income insurance, to help my son and I out because we didn't have insurance. I highly recommend Pathways to anybody that can use it and qualifies.
So, a ringing endorsement at the time from Luke Seaborn. But last week, ProPublica caught up with him to ask him about the Pathways program. And it turns out he is no longer a fan. They wrote this headline to describe the conversation. I'm going to tell you more about it. He became the face of Georgia's Medicaid work requirement. Now he's fed up with it. I mean, the first issue Mr. Seaborn ran into came just a few months after he taped that very ad that you just saw. Seaborn said he had logged his work hours into the online system once a month as was required. But his benefits were canceled after he failed to complete a new form that he said the state had added without adequate warning. And one of the issues here with Medicaid work requirements is all the bureaucracy. Now, lucky for Mr. Seaborn, he had someone he could contact since he'd become the poster boy. He reached out to the insurance executive who had asked him to be in Governor Kemp's video just months before. And she told him that she happened to be having lunch with one of Kemp's aides that very day. And wouldn't you know it, within 24 hours of that, Mr. Seaborn's benefits were restored. Governor Kemp's press secretary then claimed, wait for it, that the governor's office had no involvement in helping his case. But that timing is obviously quite a coincidence, hard to believe. Now, after that incident, Mr. Seaborn decided to be more vigilant about his benefits. He even signed up for text and email notifications so he wouldn't be caught off guard. But still, things went wrong. He He stopped receiving texts from the Pathways program in February. And then when he logged into the digital platform in early March to make sure everything was in order, a notice informed him that his benefits would be terminated on April 1st. That was in early March, so he had only a couple of weeks. My head exploded, he said. I didn't get a text or an email. I did what I was supposed to, but that wasn't good enough. Now, without coverage, Mr. Seaborn had to pay out of pocket for his and his son's prescription medications. He tried calling his insurance provider. No one called him back. But wouldn't you know it, the day that ProPublica reached out to the state government for comment about Mr. Seaborn's case, he got a call from the government himself. They told him they would make sure he got his coverage back. And sure enough, he did. But here's the thing. Even with a direct connection to the governor's office, even with a national news outlet literally pressing the state government about his case, Mr. Seaborn says he is fed up with the system. And he's not alone. Nearly 2 years in, of the 250,000 Georgians who are eligible to receive coverage through the program, only 12,000 have it. Only 12,000. Meanwhile, the state has paid upwards of $86 million, primarily to consultants, to build this dysfunctional screening program. ProPublica talked to a lot of other Georgia residents who tried to get health care through the state's program. And one after another complained about getting stuck in kind of a Kafkaesque bureaucratic nightmare. One woman telling ProPublica, quote, you go from one robot voice to another. No one called her back. Now, after nearly a month of trying, she gave up, telling ProPublica that she got the feeling that they really didn't want to help me. So that's how well adding work requirements to Medicaid went in Georgia. But just in case you think this is an isolated Georgia program, it's not the only state that added work requirements. Arkansas did it back in 2018. And how did that go?
Adrian McGonigal's life is coming undone. He, like many Medicaid recipients, got confused about how to report his hours.
I thought that everything was good about this. I thought it was just a one-time deal that you reported and then that was it.
He was wrong. He was supposed to log those hours online every month. He became one of the 12,000 people that the state has booted from the Medicaid rolls in the last 3 months.
How do I get my insurance back on?
He discovered this only when he went to fill prescriptions at this drugstore, and the pharmacist told him, sorry, your coverage has been canceled.
And that it was going to be like $340 for one of the medications and like $80 for the other one.
So he left empty-handed. This was a big deal because McGonigal has severe COPD, a chronic lung disease that makes it difficult to breathe. Without his meds, he landed in the hospital multiple times and missed a lot of work. His supervisor tried to accommodate him, but he wasn't healthy enough to perform his job, so he lost it.
So at the end of the day, 18,000 people lost their health care coverage because of Arkansas work requirements. 18,000. The system undermined Medicaid's ability to provide health coverage to Arkansas's poorest residents so much that the work requirements were ultimately stopped by a federal judge. And now, after seeing Georgia and Arkansas and how it's failing there, Republicans want this to make this system nationwide. They want to mandate it in every state in this country.
But if you think accepting that flatly unconstitutional multi-million-dollar personal gift from the Qataris was audacious, wait until you hear about Trump's dinner plans for tonight. Right now, as I'm speaking to you at this hour, with protesters outside, the most brazen act of corruption by a president in our lifetimes, probably in a century, possibly ever, is going down in Northern Virginia right now. They're not really hiding it so much. You could call it the Met Gala of presidential pay for play. Now, of course, we are used to hearing about fancy gala dinners where politicians rub elbows with their top campaign donors who are donating, often specifically so they can be near those politicians. And unfortunately, that's become part and parcel of our political system, and I think people view it with a jaundiced eye, understandably. This is not that. Really can't stress that enough. This is just totally at another level. A entirely different stratosphere of corruption. A, quote, unforgettable gala dinner with the president at his 800-acre Trump National Golf Resort in Potomac Falls, Virginia, for a very exclusive group.
220 winners of a contest to meet President Trump, the top holders of his crypto coin.
I don't know much about it other than I launched it. I heard it was very successful.
NBC News has learned each dinner guest paid between $55,000 and $37.7 million for the Trump coin.
Now, remember, the day before becoming president, Trump, day before inauguration, launched this meme coin, right? It's the Trump coin. And then this whole dinner thing was announced first back in April. It was at www.gettrumpmemes.com. The president's meme coin sought investors who would pour untraceable cash into his crypto wallet. And the top 220 got an invite to tonight's dinner. Black tie optional. For the top 25 Trump meme coin holders, there was an exclusive reception with the president before dinner. All told, in order to get in tonight's gala, the winning guests forked out a total of nearly $400 million, according to NBC News. This was essentially an open advertised competition to see who would pay the biggest literal tribute to Donald Trump's crypto coin. And because of the way this meme coin works, which is issued by Trump and whose purchase always sends money to the company that he's part of, this is really not functionally different than if those guests showed up with satchels of cash or briefcases with stacks of bills and then just dumped all that into a big bucket physically held by the President of the United States.
Well, the website for the contest says that the president is appearing at the dinner as a guest and not soliciting any funds for it. Another site says that 80% of the Trump coin project is owned by two companies affiliated or in business with Trump.
Again, as Trump said, I launched the coin, right? These are Trump businesses. Again, now, if these were campaign donations, the level of the donations and the people donating would make this just an absolute facial violation of every campaign finance law ever. But again, it's even worse than that. This is not going towards Donald Trump's political campaigns or, his super PAC. No. This is just money in the president's business empire. And when asked, the White House keeps saying that Donald Trump, the president of the United States, is not attending this dinner that he's attending this dinner where he will make millions of dollars, not as president, but in his personal capacity.
On the president's dinner tonight, will the White House commit to making a list of the attendees public so people can see who's paying for that kind of access to the president?
Well, as you know, Garrett, this question has been raised with the president. I have also addressed the dinner tonight. The president is attending it in his personal time. It is not a White House dinner. It's not taking place here at the White House.
So that's a no, I think, on the list of attendees. You don't really have to understand crypto to see how this works. You just need to understand people like Justin Sun, okay? Here's just one example. Justin Sun's a Chinese-born crypto billionaire whose company has been a popular way to move money for crypto's criminal underbelly. And for years, Justin Sun wouldn't even set foot in the U.S. for fear of arrest, according to reporting from the Wall Street Journal. Also, he was under investigation by the Department of Justice and the Treasury, as well as a lawsuit that was filed by the SEC. But guess where Sun is tonight?
Really nice to be here today with everybody in the crypto to witness this great moment of crypto. And the president will be on the stage later. So see you.
See you, Justin. He's there tonight. In fact, in addition to being the top Trump coin investor, Sun also went in with the Trump family on a separate investment last year. And all told, he has sunk at least $93 million into Trump crypto ventures, according to CNBC. And would you believe, this is really going to come as a shock, in February, right after Trump took office, wouldn't you know, the SEC asked a court to pause its lawsuit against Sun. So it had filed a lawsuit in the previous administration, and then Sun went into business in crypto with Trump, and then Trump got elected, and then a few weeks later, the SEC is like, we want to pause this lawsuit. Now, instead of quietly counting his blessings for appearing to have successfully wriggled out what could have been some legal trouble, Sun tweeted that he was Trump's top meme coin donor. What's the emoji for a victory laugh? Now, we only know Sun is at tonight's gala because he bragged about it. In fact, the identities of most of the other contest winners are largely private. They use pseudonyms to purchase their Trump meme coins. But, and this is really important, a majority of the attendees appear to be foreign nationals, according to Molly White, an independent crypto researcher who has written about the contest. Again, foreigners cannot legally donate to an actual U.S. campaign. In normal times, the Department of State is in charge of stopping and sanctioning foreigners who donate to American political campaigns. But as Secretary of State Marco Rubio made clear this week, we're not in normal times.
Do you have a list of those foreign individuals who will be meeting with the president?
I don't. I don't know anything about it. I didn't even know there was a dinner.
It is likely going to involve some very significant foreign interests. You have to be pretty wealthy in order to be able to get inside this dinner. Isn't that a relevant question for the Secretary of State?
Yeah, I'm not the social
Which foreign
secretary,
interests are going to be speaking to the president? I mean, it's kind of naive to believe that they aren't going to be in that room talking about national security matters.
Well, I don't think that that's the case at all, because I would be aware if it was the case.
Oh, well, that's a pretty good tautological reasoning. They won't be because I would be aware of it if that were the case, and I'm not aware of it, therefore they won't be. Just the President of the United States being a guest at a dinner where a bidding war helped decide who gets invited based on how much untraceable cash they forked over to Donald Trump's meme coin. A crypto scheme that, according to estimates, has enabled him to make hundreds of millions of dollars off of being president in just a few months. For Donald Trump, regaining the presidency was always fundamentally, I think, about two things. One, most crucially, avoiding jail for the many crimes that he was indicted for, and making as much money as he can. And we've known that for a long time. But the audacity and the scale of his profiteering can still be managed to be shocking.
Live look at the House floor where lawmakers just passed the Republican Party's massive tax and spending package. At least 2 Republicans, though, did vote against the bill, but it made it through. Let's go straight to Ali Vitale. Ali, what more can you tell us here?
Yeah, Willie, this is one of those moments where the House floor worked as we predicted it to. We were watching to see if any more Republicans would defect and thusly tank the Speaker's work here. In the end, that's not what happened. We saw 2 Republicans side with Democrats, the ones that we anticipated at the top of Morning Joe. That was, of course, Thomas Massie of Kentucky, who had been clear that he was a no here, and then Warren Davidson of Ohio, who in just the last few minutes before going to the floor said that his deficit concerns outweighed his ability to vote yes on this. Those were the 2 no votes. Then notably, Andy Harris voted present. He is the top Republican of the conservative House Freedom Caucus. So notable there, but ultimately not enough to stop the passage of this bill, which means now Republicans have cleared a key hurdle. Mike Johnson likely to take a victory lap as we watch the House floor. He's right at the center of that cluster of lawmakers that you see in the corner of the screen on the right-hand side. A lot of people giving him kudos and congratulations because this was a hard-fought and long-negotiated battle, one that had many late nights, a lot of lawmakers keeping our kind of morning hours, much to their chagrin. But ultimately, it was Johnson, with the help of President Donald Trump, who was able to get this over the finish line, giving Republicans a win and allowing this package to move forward. But the only constant is change at the end of the day, Willie. And this bill is going to see a lot of it once it gets to the Senate. After the Senate does its work with it, it comes back to the House. So a key step. But by no means is this the end. And by no means is this a full-on win yet for Republicans on this package, but a badly needed battle won here for the Speaker.
Ali, as you know, many conservatives, Republicans were vocal in their criticism of this massive package. They said it was too big, it had too much in it, raised the deficit too high. Someone like Congressman Chip Roy of Texas standing on conservative principles saying we cannot vote for this. How did someone like Congressman Roy get to a yes vote?
Congressman Roy, Congressman Norman, other key members who are part of that more fiscally conservative conference saying that they had deficit concerns. But ultimately here, those were assuaged. And we can argue with whether or not it's actually fixing the problems that they purport to care about, because estimates still show that this is going to add close to $4 trillion to the debt. But what assuaged them in the end was basically putting in play earlier offsets around Medicaid and food assistance programs, for example, saying that the work requirements and other money-saving mechanisms that Republicans say root out waste, fraud, and abuse in those programs, by putting those in play earlier, that allowed for greater savings, or at least not additions to the deficit. And that's how they ultimately got fiscal hardliners on board. But also politics plays a key role in this, right? They have been loath, Republicans, to go against President Trump. Trump has been clear that anyone who doesn't vote with him on these agendas should be primaried or voted out of office. We've seen, of course, a few, and by that I mean one consistently, Thomas Massie of Kentucky, hold strong against those kinds of broadsides from the president. But largely, Trump has shown that he's not just the kingmaker in the party, but he is someone who can ultimately move votes, even those from reluctant Republicans, to his cause. When push comes to shove, Republicans have now voted for this package. It's going to go through changes, but regardless, they're going to have to defend what's in this early iteration of the bill, whether they're moderate or conservative.
So, Allie, this is a victory in the moment, as you say, but then there's the Senate to contend with. Republicans in the Senate have said, no way. If you want to break this up into three pieces, come back and talk to us. But too big, too much. What happens from here now?
Well, right now they are proceeding with this one big, beautiful bill track. That's not to say that this thing doesn't get broken apart. At this point, that would be a surprising change in strategy. But there are still some Senate Republicans who whisper about the prospect of this one bill being too big and ultimately full of too many thorny issues to actually get it passed. Some of the substantive changes, though, that we're going to be looking for on the Senate side of the equation will likely come to the health care changes that we talked about earlier on when we started this program. The idea that there are more work eligibility requirements, changes, for example, to the way that SNAP's cost sharing is going to be done between federal and state funding spaces. That would be a major overhaul to the food assistance program and just the foundational way that it functions and that people are able to access it. That could be another change that we see Senate Republicans take issue with and ultimately make their own tweaks to. There's a bunch of different ways that this could go. I think the other piece of this, and we'll tune in more when it gets to the Senate, is there were early disagreements on the immigration funding front. We talked about how this House bill puts about $90 million into further immigration enforcement at DHS and DOJ, but Senate Republicans wanted more money for that. And it could be that if this bill starts hitting too many stumbling blocks, we start seeing it get pieced apart. Maybe they do immigration and continuing the tax cuts from 2017 into its own bill. There's a bunch of different iterations of this. But the reason that House Republicans and the president ultimately pushed for this one bill at once is that it requires a lot of political capital. And right now, the momentum is on Republicans' side. We'll see what kind of stumbling blocks they ultimately hit, though.
Jonathan Lemire, I'm going to quote a former congressman named Joe Scarborough, R. Pensacola, who said on this show yesterday, quote, if you claim to be a fiscal conservative, you cannot vote for this bill. Well, a bunch of them just did. How much of that is the pressure top down from President Trump, who took the rare step of actually visiting the Capitol to rally the troops the other day?
Whatever happened to that guy? Lawmaker, former lawmaker, now in obscurity. This is, you're right. This was as Allie rightly says, it's a win for Speaker Johnson, but it's also a win for President Trump. He had been sort of content to stay on the sidelines for most of this process, just the occasional Truth Social saying that this one big, beautiful bill needed to be passed. But that changed this week, went to the Capitol, really pushed lawmakers to get this done, even confronted a few of the moderates like Mike Lawler of New York, saying, look, this, you need this. There's this implicit threat, of course, that some of these Congress members might have been primaried from the right, from the MAGA wing of the party if they didn't go along. So the bill has an uncertain future, and the political ramifications, uncertain. The economic ramifications, a lot of people, including Steve Rattner, really worried about. But in terms of politics in this moment, President Trump has basically said, this is the one thing I want to get done here in these first 2 years, pre-midterms, when he officially becomes a lame duck. An important hurdle cleared. He used some of his political capital to make it happen.
Now to some breaking news. The Supreme Court split 4-4 over that challenge to launching the nation's first religious public charter school in Oklahoma. NBC senior Supreme Court reporter Lawrence Hurley is following it for us. You've reported on this story from Oklahoma. What's the big takeaway here?
So first, it's important to separate out what the situation is in Oklahoma as opposed to the rest of the country. So this decision means these public religious charter schools cannot move forward in Oklahoma. It leaves in place an Oklahoma Supreme Court ruling that said that violates both state law and the U.S. Constitution, the First Amendment that protects against the separation, the establishment of religion. And so that's the situation in Oklahoma. There's other ways that religious schools can obviously operate there the way they normally do. At the national level, a 4-4 split on the Supreme Court means there's no real decision. It just leaves in place that Oklahoma decision in Oklahoma. So there's no national precedent set, which means there's no rule applying to 49 other states. So there's no reason why other states couldn't try to do the same thing. The question is whether that case, because presumably it would be challenged, would then come back up to the Supreme Court. And then the question then is, would they approve it? This time around, Justice Amy Coney Barrett, who recused in this case, one of the conservative majority members, she would presumably be able to participate in that case. And then you'd have the 6-3 conservative majority that we've seen in other cases. And we don't know how that's going to come out. She obviously comes from a conservative background and was a professor at Notre Dame Law School and is known for her supporting religious liberty. So most observers would assume she might be in a majority that would allow for such schools. But, we can't say for sure until that case comes up. So, and there's also no sign so far from the people I've talked to that other states are close to approving a school like this. So we're still waiting to see whether another case will come up and how quickly that could happen.
Lawrence Hurley, thank you.
The Trump administration just halted Harvard University's ability to enroll international students. This is breaking news, marking a major escalation in the administration's efforts to pressure the university to fall in line with the president's agenda. Joining us now, MSNBC's Antonia Hilton, co-host of Weekend Prime, and MSNBC legal correspondent Lisa Rubin. All right, who do I go to first here? Lisa, what is Antonia, what are they asking? It's just breaking. What are they asking Harvard to do? Is it they can't enroll new international students, or the ones that are there have to go somewhere else?
So some of this, remains to be seen. I'm talking to people at Harvard right now, and there's immense confusion and fear over this because they're actually struggling to interpret some parts of these. At least the students are. So it sounds like they have basically lost their ability to enroll international students. And so that's going to impact future students. But we're also hearing that Kristi Noem, the secretary of DHS, announced that current international students there must transfer or lose their status.
Transfer to another American university.
Another university that would be in good standing with this program. So what that means a couple weeks out from graduation day is that if those students don't transfer, they might lose their legal status here in the U.S. And we know what this administration has been doing to students.
What is the timeline on them having to do this?
Well, it sounds, Katie, from the letter, I'm looking at Secretary Noem's letter to Harvard. It says the revocation of your student and exchange visitor program certification, and that's the program through which...
Their visa.
Right. It's the program through which universities are certified every 2 years to have foreign students and non-citizens on their campuses. It says you are prohibited from having any aliens on certain non-immigrant statuses for the 2025-2026 academic school year. But to Antonia's point, the beginning of the letter starts, I'm writing to inform you that effective immediately, Harvard University's Student and Exchange Visitor Program certification is revoked.
Did a lawyer write this?
I can't say whether a lawyer wrote this or not. I would tell you that in the normal course, I would expect that a lawyer at the Department of Homeland Security would have at least participated in the writing of this letter. But the letter, as I read it here, not only would this be confusing to a student on campus, this would be confusing to an administrator. And it may be that I just have to sit and parse this for a while.
To a lawyer.
Yes, well, a former lawyer at that. But yes, it is confusing to this former litigator and current journalist reading it here with you.
Okay, so this is part of a bigger issue here that the administration is having with Harvard. They wanted Harvard to adopt some pretty strict rules about what Harvard can teach, how Harvard admits people, the people they allow to teach. They want
programs they administer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So just give me the brief background on what they were asking.
Yes, this is an escalation of a fight that has been going on for quite a while now. Harvard has lost billions of dollars in federal support for all kinds of critical research funding that's already impacting the university. And now I want to make clear, too, in case anyone's wondering, well, why is it important to have international students on college campuses? Well, not only do they make up about 26, 27% of the student body life there and at many universities in the U.S., international students pay full price. So they make it possible for American students from disadvantaged backgrounds to have an opportunity to come to schools like Harvard. So what's actually going to happen here is a lot of those international students are going to have options to go elsewhere. It is going to be underprivileged, marginalized Americans of all backgrounds who apply to schools like Harvard and then are unable to afford the opportunity to go there. So that's the impact here. It's actually us. We're going to be hurt if this really does end up following through. But this is part of a bigger effort this administration has made to try to have control over who this university hires and fires in certain departments, to try to track activists and protest movements on campus. They have said the president hasn't done enough to tackle anti-Semitism on campus. If you're wondering who Harvard's president is a Jewish man named Alan Garber, who has been a fierceful fighter against anti-Semitism on campus, has held all kinds of cross-cultural dialogue, made changes, policy changes on campus, to the point where he's taken flack from the other side at many points. So for the Harvard community, this has actually been a really uniting thing for people of all political backgrounds on opposite ends of the protests, conversations that have happened on college campus, because they see this as a existential threat, not just to their school, but higher education.
Harvard said no to this. Harvard said, we're not going to back down. Right. We're not going to acquiesce to your demands. We're not going to allow you to come in and tell us what we can teach and what we cannot teach, who we can allow to teach and who we cannot allow to teach, and what our student population looks like. So they've taken a stand and said, no, they're suing. And this is just another step.
This is actually more than that, because in addition to the funding fight that we're talking about, we're not going to make these changes in exchange for federal funding. The administration came to Harvard and said, you are going to give us certain records about your non-citizen students, including all disciplinary records pertaining to non-immigrant students, meaning people who are here on student visas. And Harvard just ignored that deadline, or it may have said, no, we're not going to comply with that.
That's complying with their deportation efforts.
But that is what gets us to this particular moment. And in fact, what Kristi Noem is saying in this letter is, you give us various categories of these records within 72 hours, or we're going to execute on this threat.
Can they sue on this revocation of the ability to enroll international students? Is there a way for them to sue?
I was looking into that right before we sat with you. I don't know what the bases are for revoking this enrollment in this particular certification program, and certainly universities go through it every 2 years. But is revocation permissible just because you don't comply with providing the kinds of records that most colleges and universities would consider private? Probably not. Does Harvard have a leg to stand on here, at least in the court of public opinion? I would think so.
Yeah, again, just broke. So you got to take another couple minutes to figure out exactly how the process is going to work and all of it. Lisa Rubin, Antonia Hilton, ladies, thank you very much.
What we saw last night, this morning, despicable. And, I'm reminded, by the way, of a great Minnesotan, Hubert Humphrey, who once said that the moral test of government is how government treats those in the dawn of life, our children, those in the twilight of life, our seniors, and those in the shadows of life, the sick and the disabled. And what we just saw is clearly a rejection of that moral test of government by the Republicans, because is it moral to actually take food away from starving children? Is it moral to actually kick seniors out of nursing homes? Is it moral to actually take health care away from the disabled? I mean, there's 14 million Americans who are now going to lose health care in this country. There are 48 million people who need food assistance who are going to lose their food assistance. And Simone knows this about me. My mom was 15 years old when she had me. She raised 4 kids on her own. By the time she was 20, she had 4 kids. She struggled mightily. And without Medicaid in my life, when I was a little boy, I wouldn't have had food. I wouldn't have had health care. Without SNAP, I would not have had food benefits. The reality is these programs are a lifeline for so many. And in a time when Donald Trump literally has destroyed the economy and made it even more hard for people to actually live their lives, this bill will make it even more difficult for millions of Americans. It's not only immoral, it's completely going to destroy communities. And, we've got to stand up and fight back hard, just like Leader Jeffrey said, and that's what we're going to do.
$700 billion projected by the Congressional Budget Office, cuts to Medicaid. Those cuts that will include stricter work requirements. Stricter is important because work requirements are already required to be on Medicaid, but the discourse of the last couple of days would have you believe it didn't. For able-bodied adults under 65, this is going to begin on the last day of 2026. Other cuts, $290 billion from the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, that's SNAP, that's the food aid program you were talking about. The fact that many of these cuts will not yet take place until after the midterms, I do think is them
telling on themselves.
Okay, they are telling on themselves. Right. They could have instituted these cuts sooner, but the cuts are not coming until the end of 2026, most of them. That's after the midterm elections. What are Democrats doing now? Are there ads preparing to be cut? How are you all going to make your case to voters across the country that Republicans did these things to you, even though people won't feel it just yet?
Well, they're cuts nonetheless, right? And the reality is we need to remind people what's happening. We've already held over 120 town halls throughout the country in all 50 states. Why? Because why did Speaker Johnson shut down those town halls? He wanted to make sure that the stories of average, everyday working people in this country weren't being told, and that you all weren't paying attention to them. So guess what we decided to do? We decided to do the jobs of the Republican congressional members for them, making sure we have town halls, making sure we actually lift up the voices of people, Democrats, Republicans, independents, anyone in this country who's being impacted by these devastating policies from this Trump administration. And we're going to continue to do that throughout the summer, throughout the fall, throughout next year. There has to be accountability to this. And while people aren't going to be impacted immediately, they are going to be impacted. And we're going to remind folks of that because there needs to be accountability. And for what purpose did they push this bill through? All to give the people who already have the most in our society even more. Think about that, Simone. They're throwing children off of assistance. They're throwing families to the curb so that they can give people who already have so much even more. That is what we need to be talking about. This is about morals. It's not about party. It's not about Democrats or Republicans. It's about right or wrong. And at this point, we need to keep reminding the American people. You know, at the end of the day, Democrats, you've heard me say this before, and it's important right now. In 2016, I heard someone say that the Republicans are shameless, but the Democrats are spineless. And if we're not willing to fight like hell right now, Simone, for the things that we say we believe in, then do we really believe in them at all? Do we believe in the things we say as Democrats? Because if we do, as Leader Jeffrey said, we have to stand up right now and fight back with everything we have against this immoral administration.
You have... On the Republican side, it's not all roses. You do have some Republicans who, whether they're in the Freedom Caucus or in the so-called moderate wing of the party, such as it exists, saying no to this bill. You had Ohio Representative Warren Davidson voting no, saying on X, I cannot support this big deficit plan. You had House Freedom Caucus chair from Maryland, my backyard, Andy Harris, who's been very, very vocal on this, voted present. But then my favorite were the two members of Congress who fell asleep.
So you missed the vote.
Who missed the vote because they were asleep.
I was a page in the cloakroom, and I just want to say I saw a lot of naps.
A lot of naps. To David Schweikert and Andrew Garbarino. But there was Thomas Massey, who had this to say, which I think, if you're talking about ads, Chairman, you may want to consider.
We're going to rack up, the authors say, $20 trillion of new debt over the next 10 years. I'm telling you, it's closer to $30 trillion of new debt in the next 10 years. Mr. Speaker, we're not rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic tonight. We're putting coal in the boiler and setting a course for the iceberg.
Why that's important? Because you generally don't know you've hit the iceberg until you've hit the iceberg. That's right. And that's the problem that Democrats find themselves in this cycle because of the way they're structuring this. Now, whether or not I suspect the Senate Republicans will keep it that way. This won't take effect until after 2026, the end of 2026. So the challenge you have as chairman and the challenge your state party chairman have is how do you, and I love the passion of the argument you're making, but how do you make people feel exactly what they don't know is about to hit them? Because absent that, if the 401k levels out, if, prices kind of level out, whatever happens over the course of the summer sort of feeds into the fall, you begin to get into this rhythm. And so how do you disrupt that rhythm? Yeah. Beyond just the typical political rhetoric, you really have to make people fear in some sense that these bad things they're real and that they will have the SNAP program, for example, going on.
Yeah, I think you're right. But let me just say this, that the American people already had buyer's remorse. Mm-hmm. With the tariffs that are put in place, of course, the cost of goods increasing, their lives being harder to actually live and get ahead. The reality is the cuts to so many federal programs already, which are impacting communities and state and local governments, they're already feeling the pinch. And they're going to continue to feel the pinch. And we need to remind them that it's going to get even more difficult in the years to come because of this package. There's no doubt about it. But there are advocacy groups, organizations, the DNC and others who are not going to let the Republicans off the hook on this. And let me just remind you, every single Democrat voted against this bill. At the end of the day, the Republicans own this. Mm-hmm. The Republicans own this, and they will be held to account. Because what's going to happen is devastating to communities throughout this country. And again, this is not a partisan issue. At some point, we have to rise above partisanship in this country. And Michael, I will say this to you, Mr. Chair. There were values that united this country, regardless of ideology. Things like respect for our Constitution, the rule of law, separation of power, the idea of an independent and free press, respecting our allies around the world and protecting, standing up for and protecting emerging democracies, and so many other pieces that united this country, including a belief that we were one community, and we fought for our neighbors, and we made sure that no one was left behind and fell through the cracks. This social safety net that was created by Democrats and Republicans for so many years is so popular because we still hold true to this ethos that we know there are people who are going to fall on tough times. And there has to be a safety net there to make sure that they can get back up, get back on their feet, and actually get ahead in life. That's what's being eroded right now. This is not just about Democrats and what we believe in. This is what Republicans used to believe in as well. And certainly at the end of the day, we have to remind the American voters that what we're seeing is a complete abdication of who we are as Americans. We are better than this. And we're going to continue to remind the American people of that in the months to come.
This was a really tight vote. And Amanda Littman, who runs the progressive group Run for Something, tweeted this about it. The margins of this vote, affected by the three Dems who sadly died in office, is why we can't shy away from the uncomfortable conversations around the age of our elected leaders. The stakes are too high. Do you think this is the moment to have a conversation in the Democratic Party about the gerontocracy?
Well, look, I think it's always important to have a conversation about how we create pathways of leadership for young people and new voices in this party. But I do think I want to remind folks that this bill did not pass because of Democrats. Even if we had all of those seats filled, we still wouldn't have been able to slow this down because the Republicans had the votes to pass this.
You would have had to force it would have forced more Republicans to an awkward position.
But regardless, the idea that somehow this is on Democrats are to blame for what happened is just hogwash. I agree with Amanda. I agree with David. I agree with others that we need, again, find ways to create pathways for new leaders in this party, young voices to serve both in positions of elected office and in party leadership and in other spaces. It's absolutely critical at this time. But to conflate the two as if somehow if we had all of our voting strength here, right, we would have been able to stop this is just flat out wrong. The two are not related. I do think, I agree with Amanda and David, we do need to get more young people into our party process.
Has the Democratic National Committee scheduled the meeting yet for Democrats to vote on the new credentials that came out of the Credentials Committee, pardon me, not credentials, the Rules Committee, about having new elections for those vice chairs, including David Hogg and Malcolm Kenyatta?
It hasn't been scheduled yet. You've been on the DNC and all these things.
That's why I'm like, well, where's the meeting now?
You know how these things work. Tonight, actually, it's one of the reasons I have to leave here in a little bit, is the Rules and Bylaws Committee, which will decide when all of this stuff happens, both the timeline, the rules of procedure, and all of that stuff. And that will get worked out, of course. And we'll see how that works works out. You know, for me, as people are focused on the inside machinery of what happens in the party, and of course it's an important conversation, let me say where my focus is, right? Squarely on winning elections. It's the reason I ran on this. It's the success I had in Minnesota. I never took my eye off of the prize, which is to actually build power around our shared values and keep the main thing the main thing. The main thing is winning elections. The main thing right now is stopping this authoritarian regime from destroying our country and shattering people's lives. The main thing is winning in 25, 26, and in 28, and that's what I'm focused on.
Ken Martin said keep the main thing the main thing. Y'all worry about the wrong thing.
In politics as in life, be careful what you vote for.
Okay.
So today, the Trump administration released its report on making America healthy again. It's lengthy, and it tries to diagnose the main causes of chronic disease in America. It paints a pretty bleak picture of children's health, focusing largely on ultra-processed foods, chemical exposures, lack of physical activity, stress, and excessive use of prescription drugs. And look, health and chronic disease are serious issues, but I think we should all be pretty skeptical that this commission, headed by a crank conspiracy theorist, will come up with the proper prescriptions for these problems. And that's the important part here, right? Because if the Trump administration really cared about making America healthy again, they wouldn't be doing what they're doing. They wouldn't have closed the CDC's Office on Smoking and Health, or halted funding for the Diabetes Prevention Program, or made plans to roll back regulations on forever chemicals in drinking water, or censored leading nutrition scientists, or cut billions of dollars in research funding at the NIH, the largest funder of cancer research. And they definitely wouldn't have supported a bill that will strip healthcare and food access from millions of Americans. Joining me now is Dr. Ashish Jha. He is Dean of the Brown University School of Public Health and the former White House COVID-19 response coordinator. I wanted to, chronic health is obviously a big issue, a serious issue. We all care about our kids' health. But what have you, I don't know if you've had a chance to look at this report, what it outlines and what some of the conclusions are. What do you make of it?
Yeah, well, first of all, Jen, thanks for having me back. Look, starts off by saying our kids are the sickest they've ever been. I think it's worth remembering childhood mortality is the lowest it's ever been in the U.S. history, and that's because of vaccines. We've gotten much better at preventing a lot of infectious illnesses. Now, the report, what it gets right, let's start there. It identifies chronic illness as a problem. It is. It's great to see the secretary join the public health movement. We've been talking about obesity. We've been talking about access to better food. We've been talking about exercise. Those are important things, no question. The problem is then when he gets into prescriptions of what to do, there's really just not much there. And most of his ideas are not based in science. And so he identifies the problem that all of us have been talking about, but without anything that even remotely resembles a solution.
Then the solutions are kind of pivotal here, I would say. He said in his recent hearings, he said on multiple occasions that he did not know if a program had been cut or not, which seems like a pretty pivotal thing for the HHS secretary to know. What do you make of that he seems to be unaware of the decisions that are going on in his own agency?
Yeah. Well, that's the other part of this, right? And you allude to this both in your opening statement and now that, look, he identifies chronic disease as a serious problem. We all agree with that. Totally right. But if he actually believed that, he would not be eliminating the Office of Chronic Disease Prevention at the CDC. As you said, he would not be eliminating massive amounts of research on how to prevent obesity and chronic disease in children. Like, there is a huge mismatch between the slogan, the tagline that says chronic disease is a problem, and then gutting all the programs that are actually going to do anything about it. So it's really not clear what the secretary intends because his words don't seem to match his actions.
Well, you're here. I wanted to ask you about vaccines. I mean, you mentioned them as well, and you were the COVID-19 coordinator for the Biden administration. This administration has limited approval for seasonal COVID-19 shots to seniors and high-risk individuals, and the FDA advisory panel split on whether the agency should require updates of COVID vaccines, which opens the door, of course, to the possibility that we won't have updated shots for the fall. Well, first of all, I hope I summarized it correctly, but help us understand what the impact of that could be on people's access for the vaccine and health.
Yeah. Well, first and foremost, Jen, when we made decisions about this, when I was at the White House, first of all, the people at the White House didn't make the decisions. The scientists at the FDA made those decisions, and they based it on data. There is no data on which they are making these decisions. Second, the secretary said he was never going to limit people's access to vaccines. He has just limited people's access to vaccines. If you're under 65, you're not going to be eligible. My view is people over 65 absolutely need to get COVID vaccines. People under 65 should have the option, especially if they have chronic diseases. He is really taking away people's choices. And I really do worry about where this is going. Annual updates of COVID vaccines, like annual updates of flu vaccines, is essential, especially for high-risk people. And whether he's going to continue doing that or not really is unclear at this moment.
Thank you, Dr. Ashiq Shah. I always enjoy talking to you. Helps provide a lot of clarity to people out there. Really appreciate it.